a track, can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome on back to some more CCT South America. We are so back, Vincent. You're so back. It's been a while, way longer than what we're used to this year between you and I working together. And it's good to be back with you, man. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I am pumped to be back alongside you, my friend. And beyond that, on South America, we're back at home, you know? Listen, I can go elsewhere, but this is truly home, is CCT South America. And we got some very high stakes matches set up here for this fine day as well, man.
Yeah. I mean, I'm really looking forward to seeing some of those high stakes games here. Obviously, looking forward to getting things into a very exciting Swiss stage now into a little bit later down the line opportunity to make into playoffs for some of these squads, and that's what these teams are gunning for at the moment. Is a excellent attempt at getting into that department here. Going to be looking forward to some of the matchups that we have here today. It's obviously, as you said, a lot on the line. You want to be able to make it into playoffs. You want to be getting a chance to play up against some of the best here in South America. And when you look at these teams, a lot of rosters in prime position to try and get into that here. I mean, if you're talking about this opening matchup for Swingers and Floripa Stars, definitely impressive for both these teams, I would say, in terms of the position that they find themselves in. And then, of course, you know, our second game of the day, later down the line, it's going to be an elimination match between Uara and Pain Academy. So, you know, that's what we're kind of carrying forward here today. But going to be exciting to open things up and you know, start off on a good note in that department.
Yeah, a bit of a wide berth, I think, between a bunch of the teams here today. Swingers, you know, last time around they made playoffs for the Reaper Stars. They haven't even been getting invites. That's where they've been at. Pain Academy is playing their first real tournament of the year, and Uwara made an incredible run into the playoffs after not making playoffs for so long. It's been a bit all over the place. A lot of fun to watch. That being said, I think a little bit of an error here on the roster graphic, because I don't think Leo Drunky is gonna be playing. He got picked up by Bestia, so I think Malby is in for him today, which is a little bit of a problem, like not world ending, let's be clear, but Leo's been one of the best players here for Swingers. Like his like timings on lurks and his impact is felt in so many rounds, even if he's not getting like a triple kill. Like he's just always in the right place at the right time to have a high impact moment on the round. So I think Swingers definitely take a dip based on that, but you know, Malby no slouch either. This is still the same core of Swingers that, you know, made a deep run. They made top 8 last CCT.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big detail right there, is that this team continues to impress. Like you said, you know, is there going to be that same level of cohesion given that factor? Because I think this team was scaling up nicely. Like you said, I mean, as well, Leo DRK, I think, understands with some of that experience what he has to do for this team very well. And, you know, losing out on that impact is definitely going to hurt. I mean, fortunately for this matchup in particular, you still have a lot of firepower here. And, you know, obviously for their counterparts here on Floripa Stars, it's definitely, you know, potential. Again, they've been able to take down a couple of, you know, solid teams in the Swiss stage already so far. But, you know, now playing up against some of the more tougher squads here that do have that firepower that you have played, you know, just a couple of weeks ago in ECL. I think it's going to be difficult for Floripa Stars still to keep up here. And it'll be an interesting, you know, test of how these two teams are playing up, given that change from just 2 weeks ago to now today.
Yeah, I think that for Floripa Stars, like the way in which they got to this point, a tight win 2-1 over Uwara, a free win because Nitro forfeited their Swiss stage games, and a loss to players. Listen, it's not that I think that Floripa Stars are like coming into this with very little chance. I just think that they are certainly the ones that are going to have to make a step up and forward in order to actually be in this game here today, particularly when you look back at the ECL result, because that was, you know, back-to-back BO1s. Those were relatively tight, but those are also, you know, a whole lot more of a middle ground than a best of 3 is going to be. That being said, when we're talking about individuals, dude, Sakamoto, give this guy some help, man. Like, genuinely,
it's the truth.
He's been really, really good, and that is despite the fact that sometimes he's alone in that. Like sometimes he is the guy who has to do it all. And I've been really impressed with how often he still makes that happen. How often he still does do it all.
No, he is 100% the truth here for this team. I mean, obviously, again, I think there isn't even necessarily like a ton of setup for what he does for this roster. He is just ripping, rounds into existence for this team in certain instances. So I'm talking like, not only is he talking about opening kills here, but you're talking transferring it into like a then 3K to open up rounds and just, single-handedly opening things up for the squad. So he's such a huge asset for this team. I want to see if he can carry it forward. Like he said, I mean, he's making a good case, I think, for a lot of teams to say, hey, look at me. In the future there, I think he could be a potential pickup for some of the bigger, more namesake rosters in South America, and that's a great position to find yourself in. Obviously, Floripa Stars looking to utilize some of that success in the position that they're in right now. Like you said, Nitro forfeiting a matchup, they get a win here on the Swiss stage, they can then transfer that into a playoff run, and again, I would love to see if Sakamoto can do it up against tough playoff competition. If he can take on the best of the best here and look as good as he does in some of these matchups here that we've seen in the Swiss stage, then that's even more proof of concept here for how good of a player this guy can really be.
Yeah, I think that that's definitely the intention, right? That's where these guys are headed. That's where they're hoping to be. Floripa Stars, that is, especially after what's been like a downright bad season of ECL. They've just struggled to get wins. They have 2 map wins over 14 maps played. And picking up a win against Crew and Adali Amigos. Everybody's winning against Crew this season. Crew look unfortunately pretty rough, so I don't even think that one has all that much value. What I do think is valuable, though, is this veto. How we get to and what maps we're going to be into. It's a weird situation here because Floripa Stars, they don't play Inferno. Swingers don't play Inferno, so who will ban it? Nobody. Gonna ban it outright first and foremost.
Okay.
Floripa Stars also don't play a lot of train, so I understand banning that out because Swingers are a train team. And Anubis in the same boat is sort of targeted bans on either side. That being said, that opens up the door for just about anything Floripa Stars want to send at them, and they've chosen Nuke.
Yeah, gonna go for Nuke out of the gates there, and Mirage, so we're floating it for a decider, which I think is going to be banned. Second phase, we're not going to see these two teams that don't really play a lot of Inferno play Inferno if they get a second chance to ban it. But I mean, as you said, talking about the results of Swingers and Floripa Stars, if you do get to ban your perma, or at least your most frequent ban there for some of these rosters, given the shakeup with Train introducing into the veto, and you get to ban it in the second phase, I always think that does open up the realm of possibility here for some interest in how comfortable both these teams are on these maps here. I mean, you're looking at Swingers, who I think are very comfortable on all 3 of these maps here. CT sides of Nuke have been incredibly good in some of these Swiss stages, and they're on a 3 map win streak on this map after losing it quite a bit in the beginning of the year. So they've been working and improving, growing on Nuke for the side of Swingers, and I think they're going to be pretty excited with all 3 of these maps here.
Yeah, I think there's still a little bit of surprise, talking of all the surprises in the veto, though, in the last round of bans there. Inferno, obviously, as you were talking about, that's expected, but Swingers allow their opposition to do that, but they ban out Ancient. That has been their home map so many times. They had like an 8-map win streak up until a recent loss to Elevate. So I'm a little bit surprised, even though that's a map that, sure, the Floripa Stars play. Dust 2 is also a map they play. I'm really surprised that given the choice, Swingers didn't go for Ancient. That is what I would consider like the map that I've seen the very best out of them on, outside of maybe Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is an interesting decision here, kind of an interesting route there. I'm right there with you, and maybe that has something to do with the roster changes potentially. Like maybe that's something that they feel a little bit more comfortable is playing into Dust 2. But then again, I talk about like Galores last year on what they could do on Ancient. If you still have that like fundamental piece of ninjas on this roster, it's a bit of a surprise. I'm right there with you. So interesting decision there. Cool route to see there. Maybe it does have something to do with Malby and the comfortability of this roster, trying to figure out roles and things of that nature. But I do trust in this decision-making process here with Swingers and how they elected to play up against this. And most importantly, playing confidently up against this Flow Reaper Stars is what they're going to look to do, given their track record here. And I think that they're going to be in a good position to do just that.
I mean, I also think, thinking about Dust 2 and how good Desh has been on the op here over the start of the season. When you talk, like, I know firepower is a big talking point for this, just because Floripa Stars outside of Sakamoto have just struggled on an individual level a lot. But, like, give me that head-to-head every day of the week. I think, a confident Desh blows Floripa Stars out of the water. And, it's just about whether that confidence is there. That being said, it is our first map. We speak of Dust 2, but that's a long way away and not even a guarantee. As last time around, Swingers were able to best this Floripa Stars roster. That was an ECL, but back-to-back BO1 wins in that one.
And if you get back-to-back best-of-1 wins here in the best-of-3, that's a 2-0.
That is how the math works.
So fast in towards the A side here. Sakamoto's starting it off well. That's exactly what he does. Ninjas, though, locking in with the dual Berettas. 2 guns and 3 kills there before the trades come through. Brinzik and Alan looking to lock it down on this site. A little heaven re-aggression from Ponter, but he's right underneath his nose, and he doesn't realize Brinzik gonna close it out with an uppercut. And Floripa Stars gonna win the pistol.
I mean, crucial to deal with the player towards Mini initially, and even the flood back through Mini just unsuccessful after Ninjas does so much work. You think he's surely done enough to win them that round, but separated at the end are Swingers in the 2-on-2 and allow Floripa Stars to take some isolated duels, giving them the victory and oversight as well of Ponter, who didn't spot out anyone down below him. That is a big relief if you're Floripa Stars. Like, just getting a pistol round on the T side of this map is really helpful, and it really alleviates a lot of the pressure that you'll start to feel if you go down early.
Yeah, get off to a hot start here. That's going to be potentially a little bit of a win condition here for Floripa Stars. Get some Sakamoto off. Just starting off in a good way. Brinzik. This is crazy. Here's USP's rattle off at him. And 180s? He turns the other way?
That's just... They won't hit the shot.
What?
Is it okay?
Yeah. Wow.
That's a little bit questionable. To not allow any deaths and then allow 2 to the bomb is not great, especially when you lose, a couple of Galils in the mix as well. Either way, cash flow is still positive. They stay on the upswing. But keep that in the back of your mind. We'll probably check in later if that comes to be a problem for them. As per usual, if Swingers don't force buy into the second round, it means they're going to get a third round buy-in, but it's not going to be perfect. Lots of utility that will be missing. Nikita, an ambitious pre-fire there, but he wasn't far off.
Not at all. Oh, what a lovely entry. Threw it in the dive down from Sakamoto in the vents. This is the first gun round here. That's trying to recover it. Able to find a kill towards that outer yard, but they have lost full control of this round in towards the lower side of the map, and I don't even know if they're really going to pull the pins on a retake whatsoever. I wouldn't imagine it. Numbers already punched in. They've got all the points of contact cut out in the rotation, and got to be a save here. Floripa Stars putting in some early work here on this T side.
Just a huge surprise factor for Swingers more than anything. Sakamoto just gets really aggressive to get down vent there, and I love how they're playing off the contact too. They got a slow crawl out ramp. Very surprising for Ponter, who was there trying to play on an off angle. And they just had all those next steps planned out ahead of time, which means making the decisions in the moment a little bit easier. Sicko falls to the bomb, but Floripa Stars stay perfect. 3-man save should allow for a continued purchase, though, for Swingers.
Good news. Keep up the buys there at least. I'll send some investments elsewhere here, Swingers. I'll look to keep up the pressure. We'll see what they have in store. Low Reaper Stars in the meantime here, keeping up a pretty hot pace. It's working well for them. It's again aggression towards the side of yard. Pushing through the smoke is a bit of a tough route, but it is traded 1 for 1. We'll take that.
Well, they just want to take fights. I mean, that's a really crazy aggressive decision from Sicko. Dash going down, and now Swingers have to respect not only the lower bomb site, but the wrap towards heaven. Sicko's still there. Meantime, the bomb going to head down towards B. Important frag, but now Sakamoto just taking the space that was then left. Oh, misses the first shot, and Ponter with a crucial win. Ninjas could get another one, and he will. That's the closer on the round. Some big moments there from both Ninjas and Ponter to save it.
Yeah, that's a huge lifeline granted right there. Able to lift off on the defense. Just getting very active there. In a 4v3 to really start off things. It's good that Swingers are able to slow down the momentum here. And they really want to be able to start off these rounds just well. I think it's what their goal is here at the moment. Wanting to lift off early.
Time to check in. Remember all those losses, rebuys that sort of carelessly lost for Floripa Stars? Look what it's done. Their economy is far worse off than it probably should have been after 3 rounds in a row. Can't even get out a full purchase. They'll go AWP, though. Get Alan Carr into the mix.
So, I mean, not oftentimes I would say is a massive priority on T side of Nuke, so I wonder what they got in store here, right? I mean, that's a lot of investment.
When you don't have an op that's been, doing things on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, imagine there's going to be some sort of setup here. He's going to go on the top of Marsh, it looks like, but, I will let it slide as long as Sakamoto has an AK in his hands, right? That's big detail as well. Those are 2 priorities that need to happen right there. Maybe getting op in play there for Allen, and then make sure that Sakamoto has as many chances with that AK.
It's been Sicko as well. That's been really important to, helping them win in these early round scenarios. His presence in yard been uncontested, essentially. Why does Venabis think that they could be down ever?
No. There's some sort of smoke down secret or something along those lines, or events rather. That's my only idea though. No one's lurked out. Except for Sakamoto, who does peek his head around the corner there, gets blasted. That's a lovely lineup. And it starts to get cleaned up, lots of damage done, and those kills start to be converted. Now this AWP looking to strike here, but it's just going to be a donation into Swingers coffers. A huge upgrade. Ooh. See? Just missed it. Never mind.
Dash is sitting there looking like, well, now look what I have
Why?
to do.
What? Oh man, that's tragic. MP9. He's like, fine, I'll go and get the money myself.
That's right. Well, and to be fair to him, Floripa Stars onto an eco. Well, they had money last round. That was guns on the floor. 3 AKs picked up, and now hoping to do some farming of his own.
He would have dropped the op anyways. He was just looking to farm up those ecos. He can't do that with an op. Not as quickly, at least.
3 kills, 12 hundo. Bank account's overflowing, and now the op is available. And they'll even get it from Venabeast to pay retribution for his missing of the op at red.
There we go. AWP out. Swingers starting to plant their feet on this CT side. Let's see if Floripa Stars have any tricks up their sleeve. This is another gun around here. It's been a little bit of a dry spell for the rifles. Does look like to be a bit of a pacier play here. Oh, that's a tough time to toss some utility around, but oh my god, Malby avoids it all and already aggressing through. The ramp room is Panther. Malby and Panther as a duo just shutting that round down completely. There goes your full buy. Perfect position to avoid those flashes for Malby and just gets to feast because of it.
Add a 4th AK to the mix too. Oh, we're not doing that. The Vanabees, no way. That's dirty.
You saw the flashbang. You started beelining it for that, and then turn around and just got.
Wait, there's a big gun. Hold on. Great work out of Malby, though. I mean, you know, I didn't necessarily think that, you know, Malby would have a tough time here or anything, but I think that he's got big shoes to fill regarding Leo. Reaper Stars, though, they did have to do something different. You saw Sakamoto in not that last gun round, but the gun round before just get, you know, devastated. His door lurk started to become a little bit readable, and their yard presence also, same situation, where now that there's a lot more presence here for swingers, for Reaper Stars are struggling.
Kita tossing his own wall of smokes right there. He is doing a great job at distracting. This is something that they really need to deny some of the information. They're stacking up the A-bomb site, but they're still pretty well staffed here at the moment. And that will be handled accordingly. Ooh. Oh yeah. Well, something there towards the tail end. That's the Opera falling.
It might be tough to get there if he goes down right now.
Is this Op going to be snapped out there? Oh, Panther got it.
Panther understood the assignment. Vanabees, take notes. That's what Desh is saying, you know, I'm just the messenger.
See, that picked up AWP can have some impact there. It looked like he was on the line. Fairly effective, but not going to be given a shot. See this, man. This is looking like a traffic jam for utility, and now it's a little bit of chaos thrown into the mix. Venabeast, how do you get out of here is the big question. Oh, well, an easy escape right there. Ninja's still sticking around, sneaky as can be. He's the assassin. He's set up here for this, and yeah, you're going to get a little lackadaisical on the clear. The Op takes down his counterpart. Desh wins the duel, and now some tough fights ahead here as they try and just recover that lost space, but they just get no ground whatsoever. The last-ditch effort to try and walk out ramp for Sakamoto, shut down with ease. USP to finish the deal. Desh does not struggle at all to deliver. What a setup.
And that's why you get him the big green. 6 rounds straight now for swingers. And another gun round flies by in the blink of an eye. Reaper Stars are struggling to find a way to adjust. Swingers keep making adjustments, and good ones too. Talked about how, you know, yard was a bit of a problem in the early stages of this map. First gun round being the primary example. Swingers adjust to deal with that. They now showing a lot more respect to Sakamoto and possibilities of his later lurks. Becoming a bit of a question mark for Floripa Stars. What do you do now?
Little Tech 9 run into the ramp, but everywhere they go, it just feels like they're constantly catching resistance. And that's going to be a smoke push. They're all gray screened as they turn the corner. Looking for the skewer's dash, but only needs to slide in for a single.
Bomb plant is the dream. That Molly might facilitate at least the decline into B. Unfortunately, it's no freebies there either. Ninja's available on that bomb site. I think Nikita, has an inkling of what's going on. A lot of damage done. But Swingers, they've now got him boxed in pretty well, so they don't need to give him further fights. But they will. At least Desh does. Anubis trying to play it a little bit closer to his chest, and he will ensure nothing goes wrong. Enough money now that they take the AKs instead. $15,000 reduce there for Desh. We'll do that with only 2 rounds left to play.
They just kind of close out this thing for the remainder. It's just not looking as good as how things start for Low Reaper Stars. With the way that they opened up a couple of those early rounds as well, looked really impressive. Able to kind of identify some gaps in the defense there, but shored up for sure. Maybe a credit to the death shop, or just that timeout that was called to keep them in winning ways and make sure that they stabilize. But Sicko finally gets down towards Secret, and this hasn't been caught out at all. Pontra's still cautious about turning that corner, though. Managed to thread in some more damage.
Okay, I understand now. I was very confused.
You see the vision?
Yeah, I do.
Oh!
Wow, what a shot from Anubis. I was a little bit confused after the flub nade as well. It looked like just a harrying round of missed utility, but elevation up over the top of Unbreakable. That's a smart maneuver. Kita gonna escape with an op, and Sicko does get out as well on a bit of a timing. 40 seconds left, 2 on 3, not at all unwinnable.
Oh, this is good positioning here from the whole squad right now. They've got them essentially boxed in. You're going to have to walk back there into the dash AWP. And that's a freebie. Goes for the second. But now identifies where the last is. That'll set up Malby just about perfect for the close. And they do not slip up whatsoever. Why did it look so weird up that vent?
He was taking it slow mode for whatever reason.
Yeah.
You just fall asleep there? Like, what's going on? Yeah, it's 3 rounds off the rip for Florida Stars, and now 8 in a row in response. Swingers also looking viable to clean this map out after the opening gun round loss.
They have in store here for the last round. Trying to offer up a little bit of redemption, but most importantly, throw a bit of momentum stopping into the Swingers camp. Could walk into the second half with 9 in a row. 3 rounds off the back of the pistol would be all that Florida Stars would be able to gather on the T-set of Nuke here. Op ready to scope up. That's an easy shot there for Desh. He'll dream of opportunities like this. And he just keeps getting fed. Eventually the swing comes out. Anubis actually doesn't get anything. And Allen, with precision shooting towards that outer yard, offers up 3 in a return to match Desh. It's unfortunate though. He's lost his teammate in Sakamoto, and he's only got 19 HP. He needs the whole thing. He needs the ace here, and then just going to deny that fact right there. Going to close it out. The back and forth, the call and response, looking good. But Ninjas and Swingers there remain strong as can be.
Yeah, good shooting out of Allen, but unfortunately, that's kind of the only time we've been able to say some good shooting there for Florida Stars at all. And, you know, a big missing piece of this half. Swingers, I think, do a great job of making adjustments after the first gun round loss. I highlighted that a lot, but also, you know, Sakamoto, he's been the guy for them, and the power of the games that they're winning is Sakamoto. Unfortunately, he got shut down entirely in that half. He got literally nothing done that whole half outside of a pistol round kill and one on the first gun round. Just can't continue. The Reaper Stars want to have any sort of indication of a comeback. I do have a question for you while we have a tech pause, Cole. Because am I coping to say that 3 is kind of enough on the T side of Nuke? It's not ideal. It's not good. But it is enough to make a comeback. Oh, I've lost Cole.
Sorry. I do think 3 is enough, not in the fashion in which Flurry Stars got it, though. They got their 3 at the start, and it is going to take them a bit of time to remember what it feels like to win again. Is the big issue I'm kind of finding here at the moment.
Gotcha.
That is my bigger concern right now for the squad.
We are in a tech pause. I have noticed that looks like Dash is here, but Swingers struggle with like who called the tech pause. We don't have any information, but I do think it's kind of interesting how often it happens, and it is often Dash. Not him this time though. He's all good. Watch enough Swingers games, you'll see what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, he does. He does have some connectivity problems. Do you remember that? We'll see what they have in store. Flash is going on it. Malby. Oh, just knocking them out clean right there on the aggro there. Great response, but they're losing out on the trade duel, and now they know where the last is. Gonna be an easy scale in towards that A side there with decisive move, and Swinger's gonna plant the digits in. Now that deficit feels like it's weighing in even more.
Malby's had so much impact on the multi-frags. Every time he's really gotten a kill, it's been like 2 or 3. And very important round defining. Thinking of his A site hold. A whole lot more. Kills in this round. Put Florapa Stars in even worse deficit and even further dire straits. Double digits, usually a key number that we kind of talk about, but beyond that, the pistol round win. I don't think Florapa Stars have too much of a choice. Like, they could eco here, get one gun round, or just force buy the rest of the half until they win. So yeah, their gun round, if they just full eco this, is not going to be ideal.
This is a kind of an all-in investment here, but not a lot of room for error. Gotta remain stalwart on force buys here, and that's exactly what Swingers are doing. Tossing in a little bit of utility towards that out yard, trying to shake up the rotates. See if you can get Florapa Stars separated effectively. And that's, just one smoke that gets a rotate down from Lakita. It's exactly what you like to see. Minimal utility for a lot of repositioning on the CT side.
Especially when the first round of utility, what little they had, Florapa Stars starts to fade away, and now there's nothing to replace it. And so they might get a little bit aggressive in response to this forward positioning and yard, all that utility that they hear, and it is aggression. Zik dials up. Sakamoto makes a step. Oh, but he still gets his frag. Bombs on the back of Dash, so he's got to escape. Got to get away.
And now starting to fall a little bit to pieces here. Trying to recover it as Ninjas. Gonna need some extra help from Desh. It's gonna be Ninjas that has to activate next, and he's gonna get flanked here potentially. See who walks into the crosshair first. Oh! Well, they got a little bit of time for this, not a lot of it. Following in the footsteps is Brinzik, but 4 seconds, 5. Will they rush to try and stop the bomb plant? No, it's gonna be silent walkthroughs. Rolling out here, utility tossed in, but sidelined is Desh. Now between a rock and a hard place, Ninja spins for the win here and remains sharp as can be. 180 to close out versus Brinzik. And Swingers survive the force buy.
Anything but an MP9 there. Anything but an MP9, and Ninjas is a whole lot worse off. Still hits the headshot though. Fantastic work out of Ninjas to 1v2 that one up to 11. And as stated, Felipe Stars with the buy-in in that last round. They're buying forever until they win, until they lose. Wow, that's one of the big rifles that goes down immediately. Fortunately, Lukita gonna be able to recover that instantly.
That's a tough start. Bit of beast. Sniping him out. The rifle presence. And really diligent clear there from Ninjas. Gonna continue winning ways here. Brent's got an advantaged angle there somewhat, but not gonna be able to hold on to that victory there. Catching that re-aggression though is Ninja spotting out a couple. So that's gonna queue up the info here to the rest of the squad. And hunting already taking place right now. Panther gonna get the leash let off here, trying to get aggressive. Whether it's Desh.
That's. I mean, I think that there's actually plenty to lose for Swingers, but so much to gain. And I love the duo there. Desh taking the contact, and you've got Mulby very close by in order to get the trade frag. Ensure that everybody going to be left on that 2,900 mark for Floripa Stars. Tragedy striking once again in the second half. Pistol round +2. That's what Floripa Stars have on the board. 12-3 almost looks better than it really was, even.
Found themselves 0-3 down. They're looking to make it a 13-0 from that point. Complete denial. Swingers just took a little bit to heat up there. Especially calling in a timeout, kind of realizing what they were up against and how they were letting some situations slip here, and they just looked flawless since. This is looking to be a flawless finish. No hesitation on the A play, just Sakamoto left standing. Player that we really did build up quite a bit here. Not able to get a lot of impact alongside the rest of the squad. Everyone kind of struggling here since those good luck in first 3 rounds that they were able to manufacture. And that's just going to be curtains. On this map here, call it a day. Floripa's map pick. And it's just a non-starter. Complete shutdown. Swingers dominate all the way through here, even despite some of the change-ups here that they've experienced in the roster. They just look all the stronger at this point.
They didn't have a lot of options to go to map picks here, to be fair to this Floripa Stars roster. I think Nuke was a good target. Unfortunately, it's a target in which we know what Swingers are capable of. We know that they have a lot of good work that they've been able to do on this map, and then the CT side start as well. It's just, you know, nail after nail into the coffin in that first map of the series. With that being said, I mean, Swingers, all of their individuals hitting hard too. You know, that's very helpful, but it was their setups more than anything, and their adjustments on the CT side. You know, you could talk a little bit more maybe about the firepower in some of those, you know, big moment rounds, with Malbia with a multi-kill, Desh on a multi-kill or two. But like as a whole, they adjusted immediately. They figured out what was going wrong, and there was never an answer in any way. Like Sakamoto on the lurk just got shut down constantly. It was honestly a little bit hard to watch when you're talking about like where Floripa Stars were, what they were trying to do, and how ahead of the game the Swingers were.
Yeah, and it did feel like, you know, with how ahead they were, it didn't really see like we got the next step out of Floripa Stars, anything to try and really counteract some of those measures. You know, if you're kind of getting right into like Sakamoto was on a lot of those lurking efforts, and I think you kind of have to switch up the game plan there. You know, you're sending 4 outside quite a bit in these rounds for the T side. You're losing out a lot of those duels, struggling to make it across secret almost ever, and then it's Sakamoto trying to walk it out through Squeaky Door. And that was a very consistent theme all the way through, and I think they just missed out on some chances to maybe utilize some of that firepower. They missed out on some chances to really try and manipulate the rotates with how much struggle it was to get down secret. Now, obviously, again, you said it, there's not a lot of great map picks that they can go for, but it's not going to get any easier as well throughout the remainder, heading into now Swingers map pick, which is going to be Mirage here, and that's just going to be a bit of a challenge alongside it, but we'll see if they can bounce back here. We're going to be sending this one off to a quick break, and once we do come back, we'll be heading into map 2. It'll be Mirage.
Well, Flurry of Stars, it wasn't great. Their map pick going a bit of a downward slide, and Mirage is definitely going to be difficult as well. Not only because Swingers have had good performances here, but also because like on an individual level, I think that I don't want to be too harsh on Sakamoto because as you were highlighting on the outset, like he's done a lot with like not a lot of setup, and it was the same situation. The problem is without setting him up, when he's not having a game where he's making something out of nothing, it looks like that. It looks so flat.
Yeah, I mean, just the direction that they were heading wasn't really allowing for him to thrive either. You're talking about trying to lurk out Squeaky Door with no teammates, and in a lot of these situations, or as you're losing teammates, and that A side just held up together every time he was trying to make those moves, other than in that like second round where he surprised them. And that's a really tough, record to try and run up against right there. But looking into Mirage, we'll see if he can have a little bit more impact. Ready to hop into the action, see if they can bounce back here. It's all about the direction, though, that this team takes, right? Are they going to be able to, get some of these key pieces activated, have them have a little bit more firepower, and send them in the right direction to shut down some of the setup that Swingers are going for? That's a difficult task, though, with the comfortability on this map for the squad.
I do think on the T side, Swingers going to really miss Leo a lot. Like his impact on this map particularly was so high with his like mid lurks, his timing on getting into connector made the A attack so much better than they would have otherwise been. So keep your eye out for that. Regardless, Swingers, this A attack is not going to meet any resistance. They are walking into nobody. B stack unsuccessful. The control here of CT might be a lot more so. Sakamoto, Lakido, they both get their one. Bomb gonna go down. Gotta clear Malby. They don't clear Malby, and he gets them both. Finally traded, and with Venabeast alone, there's a 1v2 attempt about to go through. And they'll get it done. Big moves from Venabeast, and leads them through into a victory.
I didn't like that.
Getting a little
ocean sickness right there, yeah. Okay. Okay, we're good. I've recentered. That's a tough one. I think they forced that fight, maybe because they didn't really want to stick the full 5 seconds with low HP, or I think the smoke was actually off the bomb a little bit as well, so there's just not a real chance to force him into an awkward duel. And Venabeast just holds his nerve super effective in that 1v2. This time, Flurry of Stars don't get the luxury of winning the first pistol to start them off well. But Force Pie in play. You're looking to keep the pressure up?
Normally not that big a deal, but when you think back to Nuke and that being like their only success, it's a little bit more troubling. Still heavy towards B, despite Swingers really not making a whole lot of their positioning known in this round as of yet. Only now they start to pressure towards mid. Forensic very alone out here. If Pontra just hard clears this, then A-side falls fast, and GG go next round. And that's GG go next round regardless.
Oh. Yeah. GG go ninjas. Or like. He's playing pretty good. Oh.
Wait.
Jinx, you owe me a soda.
I can probably facilitate that, but only if it's the right soda.
What are you thinking?
You gotta tell me. I think you should know. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, DC?
There you go. For the culture, some might say.
For the road?
Well, that too. I would say
getting something for the road.
They should pay us for that, but I don't think they need our help.
DC?
Yep.
They got a pretty good marketing budget.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe some of that could go our way.
That's why we're specifically talking about Diet Cola.
Right.
Those guys probably need a little bit of assistance.
They do. They do. Went down to the Circle K. I was hoping that I'd bring something out of you. I got disappointed on that.
Is
one.
Circle K? I'm getting confused about what Circle K is. I think is that a gas station or is that a?
That's the gas station. You thinking of Kmart?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. I thought you were talking about Kmart, and I was like,
no, that's RC Cola. It's Kmart, I think. I've been. Oh my goodness, ninjas.
RC Cola.
Yeah. I might be crazy. I could just be making things up. But I'm pretty sure.
I have no idea. Yeah, I believe you. Source, I made it up, but it works. You know, checks out.
I think Kmart's just like a U.S. South thing. Let me find out.
I thought Kmart was out of business.
I think they are now.
Surely, right? Struggling to make money, unlike swingers. They are bringing it home the bacon right now. Looking good doing it. So yeah, against some firepower here on the other end, how they can continue to fight forward. For a squad that is looking to bring in some damage here to start things off, it is still shockingly 16 rounds dry. Ninjas and Venabeast looking to continue to make it just devastating for them here. Rotations in from Lakita, but the trades are too on point. They're too strong. 1v2 offered up. Is there coverage in the market door? He does get bested, but at least sets up a clutch opportunity. A little 1v2. And just spotted with the AWP, and he's good on the line. Not going to miss that one, that's for sure.
And Ninja's not missing tonight. Not at all. Bro is online. Eating one. If you're curious, yeah. They like triple bankrupt. Still have four stores. None of them in the continental U.S.
Ooh, baby, a triple.
Yeah.
Didn't know you could be triple bankrupt.
2024.
That was last year. Rest in
right.
peace, Kmart.
Yeah. 07s.
I just remember that being a roast in my middle school days of like, you shop at Kmart was like something that people said.
See, that's before the people understood that being frugal is really good. You know? We've kind of come a long way, haven't we? Because now that's the hip thing, isn't it?
Shop at Kmart. Yeah, it is, yeah.
You know,
yeah,
like
going to thrift shops and
yeah,
such.
exactly. Which is in reality, like, you know, a step like further down in like if you're talking about like cost, right?
Yeah, that's Macklemore though that did all that.
It's true. He
You know,
he was a man of the
He
culture.
pioneered it.
Goated song as well. Love that.
Speaking of trends here, trend is right now that, oh god, swingers can do nothing wrong.
And even when
That's
they
what I'm
do,
feeling.
Laripa missed the shot.
Gita, does he have anything extra for us? Not quite.
I know that was an eco round. Nothing really to take away, but I am quickly losing faith here that Laripa are going to make a dent into this best of three.
I'm with you on that one right there. It's looking like competition they're maybe just not up to really fight up against at the moment. Despite some of the changes here, you know, already struggling to fight up against them in ECL not too long ago, and then trying to make it work once again here now. Bit of a trialing task.
It's gonna be interesting, this this A attack. I think Venabeast in the spot that I was kind of talking about Leo very often in. Positionally, that is. I don't think this A hit's going to ultimately go through. But maybe it will. Bomb's returning. Dash getting into position to come back. Hold on a minute. They drop the smokes up on top there to Ponter. Be going for another re-hit.
Nice entrance there from Luquita, but Venabeast just so patient and precise about his lurking presence here. And he doesn't just stop with one, of course. Gonna follow it up with a multi. Access into the site starting to be granted, but it is just Desh. It is just Desh for a split second. It could create some complications here. 1v2, but a chance to actually run across the world.
Ooh. Reroute to mid might be a question. And it will be the end. Sakamoto getting a double kill into this round. Big hold there from Allen, who only gets one kill, but the fact that he gets his and then stays alive is so very important for Floripa Star's success. They're on the board. That's despite the fact that Venabeast gets 2 on the lurk.
Yeah, and it's great lurk right there. That's the first round they've gotten in quite some time, right? Since 0-3 up.
Oh, wow, yeah. 18 straight.
Yeah. It's kind of a wild run of rounds right there, and it's right back to winning ways here. They don't stay down for too long, do they?
Just a little bit more aggressive stance for Floripa Stars, one that Swingers are happy to punish. Forward-facing hold, very unsuccessful. That being said, Luquita still ends up, like, in a forward position on ramp. So, you know, they lose that body, but, yeah, okay. They don't lose out all that much for it. A random bullet, like 3-bullet shot through the smoke on catwalk, and Suko hits the dink.
We'll see how Sakamoto can hold up against this take towards the B side. They get pressured here, starting to feel some utility heading in his direction. And is he going to be able to provide the multi or buy any time? Not quite. In fact, he just gets leveled with the 1-on-1. And that allows for access. But now it's just a flank. It's a solo flank now. He does find the first kill, but he has to reveal himself, and he has no support.
13 seconds. They got to get this bomb down some way. Venabeast being loud about this, and it's really just to pull the attention away from Luquita so they can get the bomb down. So they've sacrificed Venabeast in order to plant the bomb. Understandable, but now a 1v2 that's very winnable.
Absolutely. Still position revealed here. It's going to make zero element of surprise, but he baits out the early shots right now. Identifies where one of those players is. Not sure about the second. Ponter gets leveled though, but the back is turned. The back is turned. That'll do him in right there. Still in safe hands in the clutch when Desh is involved.
So much of that round defined by Luquita. Obviously, the attempted clutch notwithstanding, but the fact that he's slid back into ramp from the very beginning after losing Burnzik in that location, and then continues to get information on the flank. It feels like Florida Stars probably could have and should have taken some more liberties with getting Sakamoto some more help on B. He's still solo at B by the time the hit comes in, despite the fact that they have so much information.
Nice shot. Go offers up one, but as soon as you gain a little bit of traction here, it's so quickly removed.
How's your hero rifle today? Not great. Not ideal.
I gotta get your thoughts on this, right? When you see, I know this is becoming not necessarily a trend for every team, but it is something that I think a lot of South American teams really like, and that's kind of putting one of your better, best mechanical players in some of these like anchoring roles that don't get a lot of attention. I am really intrigued by it in the direction. I would love to hear from some teams as to why exactly they feel like that's like important for players, but Sakamoto again on this like B side, it does feel like is going to struggle to have a lot of impact if they're heading in the opposite direction quite a bit.
Yeah, I agree. It is a trend that's a little bit puzzling. Haven't heard anybody talk about like the reasoning just yet, but hold on a second. Florida Stars.
The cooking?
Yeah, they've drawn up a little bit of a round. And especially with Allen getting that. Venabeast is sliding in on timing. Should remove the offer. That's going to complicate matters. Oh, no. Venabeast almost hits the 180. Headshot looked likely, but it goes awry. And Florida Stars should get confirmation. It's just about Desh and honestly whether he survives or not. He's going to try to. They saw him. That jiggle was good enough to get visual for Burnzik. But I don't know. To kind of answer the question that you were posing, it kind of feels not that smart to me. But at the same time, if you can put someone, like, especially, let's just take Mirage as an example. Put someone who is going to thrive on B hits. If they can do well with no support, then, that's an area of the map that you can sort of leave on its own. And in addition to that, you have a really strong individual that's very often going to be alive in the late round. I think that could be an argument.
That's fair.
Not one that it's not one that I particularly ascribe. Like
you're not arguing it, but it could be a argument that someone could possess.
Yeah, I think there's some logic to that.
Yeah, I get you. I just sometimes I'm watching, Thomason play out into that B-side anchoring. Obviously it's been a long time since Malbs has played those roles, but when he was on Team 1 long ago, it's kind of in that department as well, which was weird. But I can see it maybe shores up more aggressive fights, sets your players up for clutches, something of that nature.
I also think that, I have something to add, but Swinger's going to pick up the pace a little bit with this mid-take. Should slow it down from this point on, but I think that, especially in South America, there could be a factor of, like, age. You're talking about Thomason. Not so, I don't think, with Sakamoto in this team, but in general, I think that was also the case with Mobs on Team 1. Like a little bit of a situation where the younger guys maybe have to take take a step back.
Yeah, they're like, you got to earn your spots.
Right, which also I disagree with inherently, but I think that like, culturally that could make some sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. See, I'm picking up what you're putting down. Well, we'll see. I mean, you might get a chance to offer up some defense on this B side. This is a late lurk, but really the main play going in towards A. And they are holding up nicely. Still, though, some bit of resistance coming through. Needed that shot from Dash. Can't quite track it. That'll be his undoing.
I mean, this is so funny that we're talking about it, right? It's the one round where Sakamoto's actually towards A. Gets a double kill. Makes it so that that B lurk is far less successful than I think it would have been otherwise. And Swingers lose the round off the back of his double. So, certainly a interesting timing for that to happen. Uh-oh. Sakamoto hasn't told Lukita that he just played this spot in Sandwich.
Uh-oh.
And we're not checking it. We're silly.
It's been a long time since that last round. It offers up some nice success right there. Positioning in towards Sandwich. Making up for a nice tasty treat. They'll be able to move on in. A little bit of consistency in terms of the success. Finding a way back into this series with it. I mean, obviously still a bit down right now, but definitely can see a path back into this matchup. Whereas, if you're looking into the second half of Nuke, I don't think that was the case.
I mean, just being competitive in rounds and finding gun round wins, right? That was the problem on Nuke as well, more than anything else. Nothing successful on gun rounds. That's a nice way to throw a gimmick in there to get an opening pick. Lukita goes down, and Lukita's been the main force outside of Sakamoto that we've talked about. So for he to be the guy to go down, it's a bit of a problem. And to be spotted and removed. Tragic. Alan is elbow seen, and he had no idea that he was exposed.
So looking to pull it back here, but nice trade coming through from Dash on the scene. Quick with the shots. So getting re-aggressed on though, he's able to roll out consistent attention.
He's got the bomb though. That's in enemy hands, falling in middle.
Sakamoto delivers, but it's a quick trade available. Still into this thing. But it will be Malby to close it out there with some confidence. Finding that finishing blow.
And the Ninja's hot start really helps to sell the power that Swingers have into this half, but a little stall out. You know, big shout out to Lukita on an individual front to kind of help them stay alive. Some gun round victories, adjustments in mid. And just like that, Floripa Stars are not quite fully back in business, but you know, it was an economic slowdown turned into a bit of a rebound.
But there's a cherry on top there for the closings. That last one. Being able to get one more extra towards the tail end. See if they can start off the second half just the same here. It's a nice little bit of aggression in towards A. Planted. Starting that timer up against the retake.
Okay.
I imagine... Maybe not, actually. Right.
Yeah, 150. I don't think there's a kit. 150 the dollars that Hunter still had in
Yeah.
his pocket. Lukita. Nice shot, and yeah, they're done. They won't even get to escape all that much. They're hoping for a couple of FAMAS's next round. That's the game plan, at least.
Yeah, it's gonna be Dish that helps get him to that position. Rinchik to hold the bomb there eventually. Will be Melby being able to help staying alive here, even tossing over his fallen friend, a scout to play with in this next one.
Yeah, they go that route instead of getting the FAMAS, so okay, fair enough. There's time to work with here, but Swingers do have to be careful. They have a good lead, but as we know, that lead falls flat fast. Reaper Stars, on the other hand, they could afford so much. They afforded everything. 5 rifles, very strong utility. There is no downside to this round unless the Reaper Stars lose bodies.
As they lose one there, they take one back, and they can just go ahead and bail on this play. Maybe we can stick around here. They actually do have a kit. See if they get gifted any extra kills, but retake with lesser weaponry and not a lot of utilities, a bit difficult. Haunter trying to keep him contained there, but it's Sakamoto that's too aware.
I don't think you want to lose anything else here. Swingers, so they will fall back towards the B-bomb site. Hunt's still ongoing, not super aggro, but Akita and Allen are trying to close the distance little by little, but I don't know that they're going to continue forward. This market line in the sand is a little bit more than they want to bite off. This is close. Felipe Stars, they're bringing this one back. And it's going to mean that Swingers are very quickly going to be up against some pressure to win on their first gun round. This not going to be it. So likely 8-7.
Glory Pistons can make this T-side really work for them. Obviously yet to see any gun rounds come through, so waiting for that still, but be a good opportunity to bounce back here, winning the pistol, finding the follow-up.
Settled in, Floripa Stars on a little bit of a passive approach. Bomb towards B as well, which is perfect considering Swingers 5-man on A. Diligent clear from Lukita. Be a nice upgrade if they can grab it. Wonderful flashbang, though. Makes Sicko's life very difficult. An 8K as well, possible to be collected. Whoa. Reaper Star is unlikely to lose this round because I don't know that they're going to go in for it, but they do technically have a kit. Swingers could if they wanted to, but they could also just bring these guns into the next round. They're going to head in. Give this a try on Burnzik. He hasn't seen the flank incoming. He's going to get shot in the back. Kit not recollected, though. That's a problem. And now it's been a beast solo. He's got the armor. He doesn't have the kit. Time has expired, but Lukita doesn't realize that. He'll get them all. So all 10 removed from this round. Floripa Stars lose everything.
Ends up being a really costly endeavor there, and I think well worth the initiative from the side of Swingers to make that decision. Being able to put up a fight like that. So now they have a gun round anyways. They don't have to skip any of the steps here. And he still put up a lot of punishment. Previous purchase. These defaults have remained pretty slow here for Floripa.
And I think they found success in them, mostly because Swingers haven't had a whole lot to fall back on. It's really hard to, when you don't have utility, when you don't have firepower with the actual, good weapons. It's hard to just sit and wait. Curious if Swingers are going to make that their key important factor this round. As they bleed, drive utility. Let Floripa Stars make the next move, but that's not the case. Ninjas gets in the mix. Response out of Lukita, and will be in a perfect location to deny the walk up into apartments. Oh, it gets a visual too.
Ooh.
On the fadeaway, that's perfect.
Ooh, but he's dipping into this one. Ends up losing his life. Not something you could necessarily afford here, but Dash still on the scene. I feel like his scope was hurt. Oh, okay. Bit of a wild shot right there. That's a catwalk lurk from Sicko. Access granted, and one player spotted out. Trying to transfer into the fight here. Still though, Paunter way too quick on the draw in 5 seconds. Is going to expire the time here. And now Sicko under pressure of going down after time, in fact. Does keep himself nice and healthy though, and Paunter wants to hold on to his weaponry more than he would like to drop Sicko's, so end up closing it out in a very similar situation there with how many numbers that Floripa Stars have lost just 2 rounds ago. Gonna come to be very costly in this one. As, if you remember on Nuke, it was a very similar situation. They end up losing a couple to the bomb, having to force a lot of rebuys, and then, as soon as they lose a round, it isn't any money left in reserve, really.
It is a little bit of a reminder of what went down there. Regardless, though, a final tactical pause. Floripa Stars, they haven't been shy about these, which I've been appreciative of. I don't know that we've really noted it, talked about it too much, but keep yourself in a good mindset. Not to mention the fact that if you don't use them, then what are they there for? Important gun around. Away here, Swingers, that's a great angle there, and it's on that contact. Ninjas takes a swing as well, fully blinded. He's blind forever on that flashbang, but Ponter, his vision returns, and he's got his eyes on a 4K. Locked and loaded for that one was Ponter.
Yeah, that's an excellent defense right there from Ponter. Great bit of resistance shown out from him. Being able to provide safety on this bomb site when that execution was heading his direction. That's what he brings to the table. That's off the back of the big timeout called out.
Unfortunately, it puts Florida Stars back into that same spot that you were referring to. They had found themselves in on Nuke. Excuse me. So you decide that takes a little bit of time to get off the marks, but first gun round, a resounding success.
It just took him a little while to bring that rifle presence into the server there. Once they get it out, not looking back at all. Up against a full eco now for a little bit of luxury. Chance to really establish the Towniers. Should be decent economy farm to be brought into this one. That's exactly what they do. No one falling over. One staying healthy. I'll be able to inch closer and closer to the finish line now with that fact.
Yeah, Swingers got their sights set on another playoff appearance. You know, quarterfinals last time is it's a high watermark. We'll put it that way. Maybe their win there against Bestia, part of the reason that Bestia decided to pick Leo up. Hey, this guy's pretty good. Let's get him. Didn't even have a buyout.
Mind if I do?
Uh-oh. Venaby's caught. Scaling fast, and Malby hitting one. That's a bit of a relief.
Ponter's been good on this A side here from stairs, fighting up towards top connector. Whatever his job is in defending this A side, he's been up to the task.
Interesting slide towards B, considering how much space in apartments is being taken right now. Malby's all the way forward.
Ponter.
Uh-oh.
Make a kill, another flank formulating as well. And not anticipating that. Not at all.
Time is just of the essence now, and I think that Liberty Stars just realized that, and so they go saves. A bomb so deep in what was friendly territory taken by the enemy. It's timed them out of this round. And it's, you know, once again, we talked about Ponter. He's just got one kill here, but it's his one kill that turns Lukita from the A play back towards B, where they think they're safe, but they're not, thanks to Malby's push. So shout out Ponter, getting a lot of big importance off of just that one frag.
Yeah, I'm just playing with maximum confidence with some of the late aggressive moves that we're seeing. Just fearlessness out of the squad. We'll see how long it takes for them to lock this one in. Pushing out middle, going to be met by some HEs. Top mid smoke going to be blown open, so A lot of visual in that department. Smoke's going to fade away here, and there's still a bit of resistance sticking around as well. Be a potential pop in towards halls here.
Yeah, that smoke might speed him up actually. But Superstars don't seem all that interested, not that keen. Going to be surprisingly close on these spams, but no dice, no victories just yet. It's not going to be a lot here on the B pop, and Sicko's caught, so it's just apartments that they'll swing in from.
What a quick one for one trade. That's going to help out. Into the site they go. A little bit of access granted. Number's going to be punched in, and a chance in the clutch here for Brenzig and Sakamoto. Oh, and Sakamoto's making the move. Trying to win this thing here, but ends up being the wrong one. Dash punishes severely. Now Brenzig left with his back against the wall. Nowhere to run. Swingers going to hunt him down. And Ponter going to run it in here as they make a playoff appearance once again after the CCT Swiss stage here.
Same situation as on Nuke there for Swingers. They lose the opening gun round, but then they come back and it's perfect from that point on. I mean, absolutely incredible. At least in the second half, that's the way it goes. Same as the first on Nuke. Regardless, Floripa Stars, I think we're very fortunate in the position to have a couple of games to try and qualify. This first one was going to be tough, and I think Swingers show us exactly why. Even with the adjustment without Leo, I think they still look very good.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, man. Looking incredible today. Fantastic showing, rolling out here for the side of the Swingers. Just looks really comfortable for Floripa Stars. I mean, obviously, again, like you said, we knew this one was going to be a bit of a tough task. We knew this matchup was going to be a little bit difficult. We see it, especially after that Nuke performance there. That one kind of looked a little bit trialing over the grand scheme of things, but obviously they still have one more chance. This is an elimination matchup, so there's still a little bit of life left in the squad here, and they're hoping to bring that in the future to try and make a playoff appearance, because again, these pieces here I think looked a whole lot better in the past, more so than they did today.
Yeah, no doubt about that, and that is the good news. But it's from a qualification match over to an elimination match that we're going to head. Yawara and Pain Academy are coming up here in the near future. That's going to be a little bit of a waiting game, though. We got about an hour and 20 minutes probably before the pre-show gets started for that one. So we hope you'll stick around. But it will be a little bit of a wait. So we'll see you back here in about an hour's time for that one. Yawara and Pain Academy after the break.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
And hello everyone, thanks for sticking by there as we hop out of the short break and into some more action here for series number 2 now rolling out. Elimination on the line. A lot more weight on this matchup here for these two teams. Yawara and Pan Academy fighting for survival here in the Swiss stage. Pan Academy, they kind of had a hot start, but obviously closing out and making it into playoffs is a bit of a different story here. And so trying to do that now up against a pretty, strategically sound Yawara roster, it's going to be an interesting clash here between these two teams.
Yeah, I do think it is, and for more reasons than one, right? Because it's kind of a tough spot the Pain Academy are in. Like, I think in general, they lose a big piece in their in-game leader. This is one of their first tournaments, actually, that they are getting the opportunity to attend of this caliber this year. And so, it's definitely still some early days situation for this team. But on the Yawara side, I feel like I've been a fan of what this team looks like on a tactical level for a while now. And unfortunately, I don't feel like they've been able to add pieces of firepower necessarily. In fact, unfortunately, they've lost some, right? Like Lash was on this roster for the majority of last year, and he was a really important piece. He was their most explosive player, but they lost him, and they've brought in some additions that I think have worked pretty good. I actually think that as a whole, Telly D has looked pretty decent. I've been a pretty big fan. He's been pretty reliable. With that being said, I still think they're feeling the hurt of some of those losses. It's just hard to find a good replacement when you're a young team like Yawara is, that is trying to build up. It's difficult when you don't have results to, I think, reach deeper and find that talent.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big question mark here for this team here I mean, it's just sometimes in these matchups, firepower. I've seen some good signs of individual players here, but when they do have to test up against some tougher squads, and you can see how big of a difference that really can play a factor into it. But, I mean, this is just the Academy squad here of Pain on the other end of the server. I mean, this is a chance to really lean in on some of that experience. They've got some great pieces of the puzzle here for this roster, sure. But this is a perfect chance to capitalize. But as you said, man, this Pain roster going through it here heading into this one. I mean, this is a year of adjustment. But this Academy team, I can see some potential a lot more than other, South American Academy rosters when it comes down to the individuals on this team. I have kind of high expectations for what to anticipate out of this squad. Just because, I really like Demo. I've liked him for quite some time. What he can do for this team. And then the kind of presence that Leggy can bring when he's getting really active and is succeeding in his aggression, really promising. You look at some of the individualism from Marks with the op, and they opened up CCT hot with a nice win, and I was expecting them to carry forward here, potentially start to utilize that opening win into some future endeavors as well.
Yeah, I think unfortunately it's definitely a struggle against some of the teams here in this Swiss stage. I don't think that Pan Academy have gotten the easiest of draws, generally speaking. Like for example, Yawara have gotten a relatively easy draw for their side of things. Flamingo kind of the exception of that rule. But Unamile and Shinden, those are difficult games. I think though for this Pan Academy roster, they've drawn a very winnable game themselves. I've also, and it was actually you that pointed it out before when we last watched this team, and I was kind of watching alongside, kind of getting my first look at Shug. I was impressed, with you mentioning that he can get pretty active in the early stages of rounds, or more in some entry roles too. Takes a lot on his shoulders in order to facilitate the team getting into position, because I think that was also a big question mark, talking about missing pieces for Yawara coming into this season. Well, that's the case here for Pain Academy. They lose their in-game leader at the end of last season. Huggies move forward and look good doing it. I love to see that, but it also leaves Pain Academy in a little bit of a lurch. They seem to have, at least from what I've seen, found a guy that they can rely on. Again, I'm making the assumption. I can't find anywhere any confirmation of that, that he is taking that leadership role, but assuming that they replace like for like, I mean, I've been impressed with that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm right there with you here. It's a big kind of move to step up into here. I really like the activity that Huggy brings with with his squad right now, but that maybe is kind of proof of concept that this roster is identifying some serious talent. You hope to see now that carry forward into this squad and to what they can bring to the table here in the map pools. As you said, they've had some very difficult draws, but can pull back into things quite successfully if they keep up the momentum. I think what's important here is that this is an academy team that has a lot to do with building a veto, building up maps that they're comfortable with here, and that's going to be a big question here as to how Pain work the veto up against this Yawara squad that has a pretty stable map pool here on their end.
Yeah, I think that's one of their biggest strengths for Yawara, you know, and that lends itself to the fact that I think tactically they're a sound team, even if their individualism is sometimes a little bit less than stellar. Regardless, Pain Academy, this is a map that they ban away very often in Train, and so it's no surprise to see that Mirage is the perma for Yawara, which might seem like a surprise considering their really bad results on Anubis here more recently, which is tragic because Anubis has actually been a good map for Yawara in the past. I think just, again, more to do with the teams that they've had to play up against Yawara on that map here more recent, but that's what Pain are going to pick into. We've seen Pain on this map before. They were able to pull off, it was a really impressive comeback win against Shinden that you and I got to cast on that Anubis map, so Pain definitely know what they're doing there. Dust 2 has been an incredibly consistent map though for Yawara, and so that is their home and they go right back to it, leaving us an interesting spot here with the final round of bans, because I feel like the big thing to avoid is definitely Nuke, but other than that, I don't know where Pain Academy would want to bring us. It's Yawara who get to make the decision though. Yeah,
they get to choose here, which is quite a nice position. They'll go with Ancient, which for me, you know, makes a little bit of sense playing their comfort. I do quite like some of the work they've been able to do on Inferno, to be honest with you, but Ancient is a map maybe that they're feeling a little bit more comfortable on heading into this matchup, so see how they're able to do with that decider coming up here and seeing how will Pain be able to work up against this veto. I think most importantly, you know, that's this is a good team to kind of test your seal up against. If you're able to make some, you know, good work of this matchup here and look comfortable versus these three maps. I mean, especially like Dust 2, Pain have been able to work some really impressive setups into. Have Marks get very active with that op, and this could be something that I think Pain Academy could look to bounce back in the Swiss stage. It's just both these teams in a very scary position. That pressure going to be applied, and that's where I do think the experience right now on the other end of the server is going to come out on top.
Yeah, it's easy to lean that direction. I would agree. Also interesting, just to backstep just a moment. Interesting that they banned Inferno because they 13-0'd Velox last week on Inferno. So it just seems a little bit of an odd decision considering that fact. Even though Inferno is newer to their map pool, I think that, you know, they kind of bring that into the fold more recently, whereas Ancient has been their go-to, like the comfort that you're talking about being felt on Ancient. I think more to do with the calling there from Stacks, because he's had so many more reps on that map, which could be part of the reason. But I do think it's interesting after a 13-0 not to lean back into it when given the opportunity, knowing that Pain aren't necessarily a strong suit on that map as well. Regardless, I'm really split here because I think that Pain Academy, there's a lot of good things that we've seen, you know, a lot of positives that we've kind of bigged up, with question marks surrounding, I think, Mark's consistency, right? Like some upside definitely, but as you would expect from an Academy AWP player, it's not ideal. But both of us big up on Demo as well. I think that this is going to be a knockdown drag out fight. I think that we are in for the long haul.
Yeah, I'm with you here, trading punch for punch in this one, and we're ready to hop on into the action, ready to roll into it quickly, as we'll see what these two teams are made of here. Who's going to be the roster with more stamina in this matchup? And Anubis to start us off here, which is a pretty exciting one. We'll see Pain Academy start off on that CT side.
It's a CT side that's entirely given up A, which I think is interesting, because maybe it's like a cycle type thing, but I feel like there was a week where I only saw A hits on pistol round east side for Anubis, and then this past week it's only been B hits. I don't know if I'm just like drawing conclusions from nothing, or if there's something to it. Either way, my craziness aside, Yawara, meet no resistance.
That's quite nice. Great way to start off with the pistol. We'll see how the retake comes through. Set up quite nicely with at least a kit on the CT side, but it is always scary having this amount of space to operate under. Those post plants have to hold up now as the aggression continues. Utility finally being put on display. Quick entrance coming through from this defense as well, so they're starting to find their foothold here. It's just Stacks left now, and he's overrun. Again, that kick going to play a huge factor in this one. And that defuse going to come out in favor of the side of Pan Academy, looking like they are coming in with composure.
A lot of teams here in South America over the last few days not buying kits on pistol rounds. Let me offer up example A of why you need to be buying a kit on a pistol round, especially when it's worth so much on the CT side of Anubis. Also, I really am a bit concerned at how little Yawara were taking space there. They got the site for free, and they didn't even try to get into more forward post plant positioning. And usually that's a requirement on a map like Anubis. You gotta grab some control. If that means heaven, if that means towards camera, fighting aggressively for that, or if you want to play passive, I think it's put more bodies in towards main, A main that is. Regardless, Yawara just letting Pain Academy take the first step.
Oh, there you have Yawara. Trying to make the first step in this one, but running through a smoke into the open arms of this defense. Teledi left last standing. Working out wonders. In terms of the early defense,
damage.
but yeah, there is so much damage.
I don't think they want to give him fights here. Pain Academy, okay, Tattoo gets a visual, and that should be enough information, rather, to just sit back and wait. Plenty of time for Telly D to just kind of walk it up, though, on the canal side. Normally, you would think saving the name of the game, but I think damage is what Telly D is thinking.
Kind of in a position where it's worth it. Maybe getting good call-outs there that there are a couple of players with low HP bars. Still a little bit of time left in 1v2 now, but will be best eventually. And kept in safe hands. So we'll be closed out by the CT side once again. It does become a little bit more pricey considering the start of it, but not too big of a concern overall. We'll see Pain Academy off to a start they'll be quite happy with.
That's interesting. I think he's on a pair of dualies. So, you're gonna try and farm up some eeks with those. He marks to get the eco frags. Triple nade was available, but unfortunately the flashbang comes in beforehand, and Shug sets up his opper to get some cash flow going.
Decky not able to offer up too much more. That's a round that you love to have just go perfect for you. Marks 9-0 at the moment is a great start for the op presence here, especially on a CT side where I feel like, again, if you're playing with confidence, if you got a nice record right now in the score department, you're going to be taking those opening duels, trying to take the initiation. There's no op on the other end of the server either to really worry about, so obviously an unknown presence. With the force buy in round 2, you'd probably anticipate it, but could still remain confident here if you're marks to get some sort of activity. Instead, it's Leggy who does like to aggress as well, but this time he's bested.
Yeah, he nades up in the smoke, trying to forward move, and goes pretty poorly, all things considered. Yawara are man up, but Shug continues to press forward. He's got backup here in mid. This is a really nice extremity to push on. Might get them both. Hard with at least the trade. Fantastic to find that double. Mark's still available to respond, but still this is Pain Academy now in a better spot. Tatu, though, alone, needing to stay alive in the back of the B site, and he does it. Key doubles from important members of Pain Academy to keep this round alive.
Alive and well. Looking to shut it down just versus Jiao, and in a position to do so. They're already on the scene. See if they're prepared, though, for the slow crawl out, if they're looking the right direction. Just giving him a little bit of space here. Definitely can afford to let him walk in, make the first move here, whether it's a bomb plant, something of that nature. But now spotted. Great Jago coming through, but he commits to the kill. And that ends up costing him his life. Jiao, double HE, but it doesn't kill him, doesn't take him down. There's a chance now he knows exactly where this round is coming from. And he's going to find the kill to close it out. What a clutch from Jiao. Reading him perfectly.
That's devastating because Tatu does so much good work on the back of the beast fight. He both saves the round but then gives it away. He pushes it out of their hands for Pain Academy. The double kill is what sets them up for success, and they play it so intelligently. I love how Pain Academy just wait and watch, but that commitment to the fight, that attempt to confirm a third kill on the board for Tatu is what gives Zhao the only chance he had of winning that round, which is isolating the individual duels. That is a very unfortunate but highly frustrating mistake for Pain.
Yeah, and, you know, that's something that I will see quite a bit from these younger academy squads, is those great looks in the rounds, and then it just comes down to one key bit of decision-making here. But Demo, he decides to take two with them. That's a good decision. We'll say that much for sure. Going to continue his efforts here as he reins it in a little bit. Trying to keep this round nice and healthy. Should be concerned about a couple different positions now and into the site. They go successfully.
Interesting mid cutoff that they've got going right now. Ooh. That's about as good as it could have gone for Telly D. Gets the smoke off, gets the information, and doesn't take any damage because of it, or go down. They got such a strong spot, Yawara. Mid fully cut off, smoke again, and that's enough. That smoke is the killing blow for Pain Academy's retake. They back away slowly because of that. Wow. Yawara really smart in the 3-on-3. Never stepping too far forward. In Pain Academy, you know, sadly enough, it's the mistake last round that they stepped too far, that they took a lot of liberties. And this round, maybe they could have used a little bit of that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, their passivity is what makes them pay.
Yeah, that's a bit of a brutal combo right there to run into. You want to make good on the small mistakes of just one round prior, and losing that step is going to mean you pretty comfortably lose this round. That's brutal.
Not even a bad call.
Right.
Like, can't argue with any of the thinking process there for Demo.
I mean, it was a 5v3 as well, so trying to recover from that point there, you can do a lot, but you can only do so much. End up missing out. Do hold on to a decent bit of firepower here, which is good news. A little silver lining there. They get another gun round. Don't need all the success in the world on a CT side. You just want to build up a foundation to head into your T side.
Wow. Nice shot from Marks. He's in, and he's in with a vengeance. And that's incredible as well. It's Stacks who gets the flashbang, believe it or not. It was a second flash coming from Shug that helped him out. And Academy winning in two crucial areas off the rip. The op of Marks finally getting an attempt at this after the 1v1 lost.
Routing here, there's a decent opportunity to scale in, but they're loud about it. And Mark's just so prepared here, ready with a quick flick. He will go down going for the re-peek, but I think he's already done more than enough to set up his team for success. Nards, without the bomb in control, is going to try and save this AWP, I'd imagine. And Pain Academy utilized Marks here, now 12-2. After a couple of rounds of a dry spell here, stepping up with a big 3K. Sorry, 2-piece.
I mean, and that first one, a real stunner.
Would you say that first one was good for 2?
Might as well have been. It really stalls out Yawara's attempt to take mid control, and you can see that, you know, they're a little bit questioning about which direction they want to go afterward. You know, where is that op located? I'm probably wondering how an Academy are so strong money-wise as well. It's Yawara to take the first tack of this series. And then Nards escapes with his AWP. I guess 2 AKs could be purchased. It's not ideal for stacks nor revolts, though. And Zhao would be without utility if he goes AK.
They will go for some sense of investment around this AWP, which I do like, trying to give Nards a chance to make things work here. Especially if Marks is going to try and meet him where he's at. Try and meet him in a head-on. Off the op duel, but Zhao blasted. There you go, though. Leggy continues his aggression. Again, this guy does love to push. Better for worse here for this team sometimes.
Yeah, I'm remembering back to that Shinden game, and I feel like it was the architect of their success and demise.
Right.
In their CT side. It wasn't a great CT side, but every time they were winning, it was that, and most of the time they were losing, it was in part due to him getting punished.
It's crazy, you know, the variance that he can have. I mean, obviously, if you're kind of playing as an aggressive player, it can work out really well for you. You can get punished over and over again, but when he's hitting, man, it's something to behold. When he's not, it's just complete absence.
Props and shout out to Tatu, who's now consistently been a very big thorn in the B side. Should caught sleeping a little bit on that one. Revolts didn't even have his gun out, and he still won the fight.
Shoot. Emo, though, wide awake here. Especially with the sound of an op shot waking him up. And I got another multi out of this guy. Making it possible for Tatu. A 1v1. Potentially even likely with the fact that Stacks is yet to even start this plant here. Finally going to get on that bomb, but not going to be able to reposition. Got a boxed in. The back of Cake and a slide out. Stacks reading into it, though. Barrel spotted first. The A1S almost reveals him early. Almost betrays him, but instead he uses it up against Tatu and closes out the clutch.
That's 2 rounds where I really want to give Tatu flowers, but unfortunately, you know, a mistake in the 2-on-1, and then, you know, the 1-on-1, not really a big error or anything that he's made there. It just gets better, it gets bested. But after, you know, what he's done, that B site can become very difficult later in the rounds, especially when you're alone. And Tatu's been a very reliable pair of hands whenever Yawara tests that. Fortunately, the late round, a whole different story.
Oh.
Maybe the early round is a different story, too. Wasn't familiar with your game, Tatu, that's on me.
Apologize, Tatu. Was unfamiliar with the game. There you go. Seems like Revolts is very familiar. No secrets for him. We will knock these kills down pretty comfortably. It just force a bit of an eco here for Demo. I guess you don't really have anything to lose. You might like to play an exit or something along those lines. But
Gets an exit, you know, an extra $600 too. Never a bad situation, though. I guess to be fair, if he saves the Kevlar, that's extra $600 saved is basically $600 earned, right?
And plus out of 50, there you go. It's worth it. What about saving the 800? Because he gets the 2 kills and survives. Maybe he can even get an upgrade as well.
That's like making 1,800 is what that is.
Would you rather have $600 or $1,800?
Listen, the people may come for me for my bold takes, but 1,800 is what I'm going with.
I'm no mathematician here.
That number seems bigger. The greatest of times to be in a tech pause with how important this next round is going to be. I think most important actually for Yawara to continue finding success than for Pain to either win or not to lose, right? Mostly because I think Yawara need to continue to move forward. Their CT side on this map has a lot that is left to be desired, and I think they need a lot more done, and they got to continue this build that they have started.
See tech pause action, but want to build upon this here. If you're Pain Academy, build up an even better defensive, could be game changing for a team that I've watched some of their CT sides and they've been good, but especially when you talk about Leggy like struggling towards E-Box in terms of the consistent success. I mean, they still got 4 rounds despite that fact, and that's a really good sign for Pain Academy, having other ways to win here. It's that op presence on from Marks early on, some of the rifling he's been doing in the pistol round success that he's had, the retakes that Pain Academy brought to the table. Demo with the multi-kills on it. The A side, we know, has been really good for this this team in the past. Back into it.
Anytime you are a have hit A, I mean, Demo's had a double, at least.
That's nuts. That's pretty good A anchoring, if you ask me.
I would tend to agree. Not too shabby.
Just a good for 2.
If you're a leader of this Pain team, that's really all you can ask for. More, and you're being greedy. Pain very often have stuck around in mid a lot, or at least kind of fought tentatively for it before falling back, but they've set 3 towards B from a very early stand in this round. It's just to be, walk out, try and find a timing, and Tattoo gets denied. Double up? This could be scary, especially with the Molotov. Now it's smoked. I think he's still gonna win his elevation. Still to be denied, but Shug, he'll be knifed. As soon as you double up back there and then have to smoke yourself off, especially when Leggy gets a kill, I just feel like it's over. I'm not a big fan of that move anymore. I just think you quite literally and figuratively paint yourself into a corner.
That's impossible to get out of right there. Save has to come through for this deadly duo. Pain Academy still falling a little bit flat here on the CT side after the initial rally that they did have. Good flashes, and they're very aggressive on this hunt. Nice coverage there. A teammate to hold and help out, support. They're sending the op in. Okay. Not great. Losing your AWP, that's a hefty reinvestment there for a Yawara, but yeah, I mean, at least they can re-afford it.
It's a little bit of a relief that you can afford it. But as I was saying, you know, I think so very important for Yawara to have won that round. A lot of success that they're finding, and I think as a bit of a reaction to how active Leggy's been in E-Box, in addition to Tatu and his forward positioning on some of these pistol rounds in B main, Yawara just playing contact towards B, just creeping up slowly in the attempt to catch someone trying to either play forward or out in the open. It's worked twice over now. So I think that Pan Academy in that timeout probably need to be recognizing that fact and making some changes so that they're not going to be caught pants down again.
Techie. Not quite what you love to see, but hey, we'll get this thing sorted out quickly. For the side of Yawara, they just want to keep up winning ways here. Pretty off-spawn executes, being able to pressure up E-Box. I think maybe identifying that this is a bit of a vulnerability at the moment that they can try and capitalize on. Pressing up E-Box and taking B control off the back of it. Pan Academy in some of these rounds as well. So some good calling here, good target selection at the moment.
And it's a quick one on the tech pause situation. We're back in it with some speed. Pan Academy. How to move around Marks or Demo, considering that's the big individuals. Demo wanted to fight forward, but not going to be there just yet. Flashbang comes through, and it's all three for Demo. An escape made. How's he survived? Gets the Molotov out, finally denied, but oh my goodness, Pain. With what little they have, Demo takes it all.
And that said he's good for two quite a bit. About even more than that. Still have to close it out though. Still have to have some assistance here from the rest of the squad. It's not necessarily a guarantee right now. Keep him stalled out at the moment. There's a chance to run it back here elsewhere in the map. Up, ready, with open arms, and it's a full house between the duo that held onto their weaponry just one round prior. Making sure to deliver in this one.
I think that's actually really definitional of how Pan Academy have approached this half. You know, it's been a lot of good work from Yawara. They're reactionary in a very positive manner to finding some of the weaknesses, but when Pan Academy make changes of their own, they've been well targeted, and even though they haven't necessarily found consistent success with them, their pistol round win has allowed them plenty of space to work, and 5 rounds is just such a good number to already have with 2 rounds left in the tank to play for, especially when it puts Yawara on broken economy.
And then they can try and close out, maybe walk into the second half with a lead here, potentially. Justin Demo once again, this time Shug's alongside him, actually smoking him off here. Interesting route into the AWP here that's been bolstered up on this B side. And Marks is good for it. Great defense initially, does get overrun though. Could create some problems there. Looking to do just that. Nobody's getting punched in.
I feel like they're starting to get suspicious about what's going on, but TeleD, that space that they needed, and unfortunately space that Yawara not only don't get, but they don't have support for TeleD in taking. The crossfire? Well, this is a perfect crossfire, though, for everybody coming in from Ebok's side. That's a molly, though, that will change the equation. Still, could be strong. Zhao hits his first, cleared out, though, and the first clear is Nards. And the first frag found, make it a second, but the defuse behind the pillar is uncontestable by Zhao as he goes down anyway. Pain Academy. CT side might have had some questions, but they now take the lead.
I mean, that's just something that you'll love to see as well for this Pain squad here. Even if you had some head scratchers and some tough rounds and some difficult positions, you're able to consistently succeed out of two pieces that you love to have getting active here. And that's Marks with the op, and that's Demo on some of the anchoring that he's able to do. And when you have that combo of luxuries, a couple different ways to win, you're going to be finding yourself in a decent little position.
Leggy almost able to overwhelm two of them. Marks is in a very difficult position. He's seen him. Oh my goodness. LED very aware but overwhelmed. Yawara not making the same mistake twice. That's a bit of a commonality in their T-half. Unfortunately, it might be too little too late. Two survivors. Nards and Zhao recovered.
Tatu able to close it out there alongside Demo's just trading it out. And it's going to close out with a 7th round here for the side of Pain Academy for the defensive. Fantastic half. To close out with a smile on your face. You'll be very happy with the end result.
I mean, I think grinning ear to ear. After that one, it's Pain Academy. You know, they found and targeted this pick as well for a little bit of weaknesses on the Yawara side here more recently. Might have been the right target. Pain taking a tight but significant lead into their T-half now. With that being said, well, here it is again. Yawara pistol round. There's no kit though. So it's going to be difficult if they lose the sight to get back in if it's not fast.
Trying to do just that here. Trying to gain access right now on this tree side. Distraction being sold into the mid side. They actually are heading here for this offense, and they've created a great fake to scale forward, avoiding a lot of the initial resistance and being able to open up into a pretty free and clear bomb site once again. Have completely map manipulated, and now are gonna find themselves in a fantastic post plant, which they just take more map control, looking comfortable to do just that. And I mean, stuck between a rock and a hard place on this retake.
Oh, well, maybe not so hard of a place if you are. Revolts, that is, can get back in the mix, but great work from both Shug and Leggy not to overstep. Playing the time game, and as I had mentioned, the time game, a deadly one. You don't have a kit, but even beyond that, it still comes through. Pain continue forward by picking up both pistols and moving on up in the world. Good stuff from them. And I mean, really incredible considering how effectively they pulled those rotations. Yuwara were nowhere to be seen on A site just based on the contact in E-box and the utility being tossed at B.
Go for this all-in investment. I can understand the kind of decision-making process here from them. Don't really have a lot to lean on here, and things could kind of get out of control pretty quickly if you don't start winning now.
And the problem is that, you know, now is not even right this second, it's next round. And beyond, just feel like this mid setup is probably not going to be the move when you're looking at Pain Academy. Prep for a 2-2 split on B, and just revolts as MP9 here. Even if there's a fast or a fast rotation, it's going to be very difficult. I guess it does depend on how slow Pain Academy are about this approach. Get moving though. Not that fast. Access to the bomb site, but not access to back of site. Oh, Delity! Not the denial, but still, he slices and dices one. Zhao comes in, and now he's got an AK. Damage already done to Leggy. Uh-oh, bad news here for Pain. They're tucked in, and they're about to be knocked out of this round if they can't fight their way through. That will do. Tatu with all 4 frags. The retake denial once again in favor of Pain Academy.
What a round right there from Tatu. Now stepping up in a big way, keeping it safe and sound when things were getting very, very out of hand. Able to survive such a scary situation right there. Providing a little extra coverage. Bringing home another victory. Keeping them on top in the economy game here, crucially. That's going to be full ecos here and even more ground to stand on.
And that might just be enough to transition Pain Academy into a win here, genuinely. Think about how much different this half already looks. As Marks continues his role as an eco fragger on the SMG.
Is that a roll? I get the eco fragger roll.
I mean, you self-assign that role every time we play. So yeah.
Okay, just calling it out there.
Well,
if don't get window troll, then troll.
Yeah, pretty much.
If don't get eco frags, then troll.
I mean, it's still sometimes troll, believe it or not.
Would never troll. I'm just a wholesome solo queue player.
I'll back you on the wholesome part. Troll part.
I actually don't solo queue either. Very specifically tried to avoid that for a long time.
You and me both, buddy. Not an enjoyable experience.
No, some of you out there are goblins. So you know who you are.
And honestly, hats off to you. I can't believe you do it, but good luck out there.
I'm talking about the gremlins that are getting crazy in my games. That's why I don't solo queue. Those are the goblins. The solo queuers that are normal and chill are pretty cool. I like those guys. Shout out to them. Shout out to if you're chill and you solo queue here. Shout out to Nards though, playing whack-a-mole with the AWP, and he's gonna go down with the ship there. An honorable move for him.
Is it though? I mean, he needed to get more than just that one. Because it's unfortunately turned this round on its head. I mean, early fight, success for Teledi and E-Box, and No, he's there, but the rest of his team is a little bit missing.
Nope. Utility. Just a 1-for-1 trade. So efficient right there from Tatu. That's going to make their life a lot easier. I'll take it down. Zhao turn in the corner here, but if you can't make it work right here and right now, things are going to get very out of control. Pain Academy are going to feel like they're just too comfortable to close. Great coverage coming through from the duo. A dink on the Tatu. It's close, but no cigar. Here for the Yawara squad. Pain Academy. They're a couple steps away from finishing the job here. It's on the T side of Anubis that they look to do it. I mean, that's just such comfortable territory for this team.
Yeah, and I mean, it hasn't been all that pretty, to be honest with you. I feel like Pain Academy really bailed out by Tatu in both of those close rounds. Good clear onto Pizza, get the 1-for-1 trade to set up the 2-on-1, but beyond that, he's the guy to save them with the Galil in that same spot just a couple of rounds ago. These rounds get tight. Yawara, unfortunately, can't find a way to win them.
I got this young squaddy that is just consistent in the clutch. Which has to be a bit of a brutal feeling. Close rather consistently, but not able to hit the marks. And Marks has certainly been hitting his marks here at the moment.
24 and 10.
24 and 10. You reverse that, it means 2024.
Last year.
It'd actually just be 1024. Which was 1,001 years ago. So there you go, I baited you.
You got me. I just assumed I wasn't like smart enough to get what you were saying. You were doing some hieroglyphics type of stuff.
No, I was
over
just
there.
lying and talking.
Oh. Stuff.
Thank you for the trust, though.
Yeah, I know better next time. Fool me once, you know? This is nasty. Pain just so very patient about this, and I mean, it still might not work out for them. Doesn't look like it will. They got the bomb site, but they've lost the bodies behind it. Marks and Tattoo still alive, though. That's the duo you'd love to have.
There's Marks. Available with that up here to clutch, but not going to be able to close it out. Swinging for the fences there on the repeat. Will be shut out eventually. But you have time for the bomb to fuse, and you are going to be able to hang in there for a little while longer. They get a little fight in them still.
Yeah, that's the type of round where I really appreciate Yawara for the depth of their tactical prowess that I don't know that we've really seen all that often on this map right now. You know, they kind of understand their gaps very, very efficiently, and they take space intelligently across the map. That slow burn crunch in Canal. Pain Academy were actually set up perfectly to deny it, and yet Yawara still won. I think that's credit to them. Fortunately for them, a win in that last round doesn't necessarily mean they continue. Zhao sent packing. I'll have to wait till next round. All right.
Out of this one. Any means here, showing a little bit of fight on this defense. Oh, but bringing the molly! Tatu has to spin quickly. The revolts. He does land a trade. Low HP bars here could prove to be a bit of a problem here long term. They can't quite capitalize. You have Demo in a bomb site where we will say he's oftentimes good for 2. But this time on the T side, he doesn't have to do the anchoring, he just has to get his teammate involved. And they're kind of running about into spawn right now. Kind of in a good position to handle this, but it's all a game of timing at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he's really just got to come help his teammate Leggy get to the bomb site. Because Leggy's the one with the bomb. It'd be crazy if they just walk B here.
Oh, timing. Oh, and it's so perfect. Demo again, he takes care of 2. He does what he does on this A side. This time on the second half here, this time on the T side. And he perfectly threads the needle on how he can play this round.
And so very often in the first 5 rounds of this game, 2-on-3s or 2-on-2s, like late round scenarios for Pain were going wrong. After that, it's gone basically nothing but right. And, you know, Tatu, who made some of the missteps early, and Demo have been such an incredibly crucial part of how right they've gone. That is insanity.
Definitely not, you know, the sort of fashion I would expect out of this, this young academy roster to be able to kind of capitalize on these clutch situations consistently. But it is a welcome sight for this team. I'll take that any day of the week.
We're reaching for their final tack. I don't blame them. They're going to have to draw up something nasty here. 6 rounds of deficit with Pain Academy on 12. Whatever that leads to, I'm doubtful that it will be Yawara out on top.
You just gotta play flawless Counter-Strike on the CT side of Anubis. That is not an easy task. And we've seen how things can kind of get broken up by some of the individuals on Pain Academy showing experience beyond their age. I accidentally called, I was casting the Pain main roster, Pain Academy. Both teams are so young.
That's funny.
It's crazy.
I hope Mike gave you a really hard time about
He did. Yeah, he said it's okay, you're safe now. But he said, what is Pain's Academy team? They're just like a bunch of like 12-year-olds, because Pain is already like an incredibly young team.
True.
So the fact that the Academy squad also has just this very young group of guys is nuts as well.
Things have gone right here for Yawara. Telly D, I mean, the wins on the CT side have come early for Telly D and inside of E-Box. AXZ comes through, but unfortunately for Pain, Yawara really uncontested, at least in this utility. Oh, and he lines up the most. Zhao with a double. Demo 1v4. Started off with a first kill. Missed shot there for Nards. And the HE's going to do some damage. The bomb collectible. LED getting into position, though. Good information, but not to confirm this. He's got a sprint. But a bomb plant? That's a certainty.
What else? Can't be gathered here in a 1v3. Demo. All of them coming through one direction. Oh, nice jump there from Nards. Plays that one very well calculated. And just get run down there. Too many targets, too hard to handle.
I appreciate that, though, that you are going in with such vigor.
Mm-hmm.
When you're down like this, when you're up against a 13th round, you know, you lose and it's over, at least in map number 1, it can be so easy to play that passively, to, like, just slow crawl three different angles and, you know, give Emo a real chance. But just flying in together, everybody guns out, that is one way that there should be, you know, unless he just hits the best triple spray of his entire career, then you're winning that round, and at that point he deserves it.
You know what? That's all you. Emo not going to be given the chance to close out just yet. But with that bomb plant going to be still pretty efficient purchasing power. Might be Demo flashing with this op here pretty early on. He's not careful. In the right position with that AWP is yards for now, but that always going to be the direction. Leggy trying to work it through E-box with this utility. Looked like he had a really particular lineup for that Molotov. I don't know if that's exactly according to plan, but great flashbang. That definitely was according to plan. Tatu and Chug working in tandem.
Trying to recover a little bit of lost ground, Yawara. Gonna look to re-clear. Might go right into these Tech 9s. Oh my goodness, Leggy hits them both. And that is the shot through the heart, I think, for Yawara. Mars and Zhao. Zhao on 5 HP. We'll swap it around. Let the op have the lower health, but 2-on-4. Surely this one's over.
Looking likely locked behind a smoke, underhand flashbang into a graveyard of E-box. Leggy's got that first point of contact on the off angle. Will capitalize. Beautifully handled. And Leggy to close. Pain Academy assert dominance here on the opening map of Anubis. Really well put together. Lots of clutches won out there. Lots of experience shown. But, you know, crucially, Pain Academy being able to deliver in that department. Having a couple of different ways to win. You know, beyond Leggy's aggression, that sometimes can be a big win condition. Having some good access coming through from, you know, say, Demo and Marks. That combo of always being able to pull through rounds like that. And a very impressive look out of Pain Academy early on.
Yeah, I think that Yawara, it could have been better there. As in, I think Pain Academy have everyone online there in a way that, like, is sort of unexpected. You know, Demo very consistent. Every time he's tested today, he's getting a multi-frag. Tatu, early mistakes in the clutch, but then he's unstoppable in it as we approach the end of that game. And then Marks, who, listen, he farmed a lot of eco kills in the mix there, but a lot of important op duels in the extremities of the map consistently. Like that too is an important factor. So yeah, as much as sure maybe Leggy got shut down a little bit, the fact that Pain had everyone to fall back on was such an important factor, and I think part of the reason that ends and looked so very dominant.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I'm right there with you. It's an exciting look right now from Pain Academy here. And honestly, you know, I've seen some good work from them on Dust too as well. So, scary position for Yawara, obviously now finding themselves only a map away from elimination. They're going to be looking to fight for their lives here on the Swiss stage after this short break.
Party's just gotten started. A best of three where the first map is done, but this one is, I think, going the distance. We got Pain Academy up ahead on their map pick, but now we slide into a Yawara pick of Dust 2 coming up next, Cole. I'm excited for this one. I think Yawara making a good move heading towards Dust 2. How about you?
Yeah, definitely playing to their confidence here. I mean, Pain Academy, when they get the ball moving, can really look good on this map here, but also I think they've had some pretty tough struggles versus some competition that I would just look to be really comfortable with. So, there's some high and lows here with this team, and I want to see what they can bring to the table here for this one. But good news is we're ready to find that out. I believe we're looking to hop on into the action and see if Yawara can bounce back here with this pick.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Dust 2 for Yawara, but this is, like, normally Yawara so very often picking into Inferno. Like, very, very often picking into Inferno, but this time they go Dust 2 because they know Pain Academy has some strengths there. That's a nice shot out of Nards to start things off. Wonder how much that's going to cause Pain to react. Tatu doesn't seem interested, and they're still just hanging out on Catwalk, so when the speed play comes in, Pain still have a relatively fast rotate, maybe less so now as they look to clear back out long. That's crazy. Can't believe that Mark's got that one, but the fake has worked. Yawara pull 3 out of 4. The remaining members of Pain over. Try to send it in. Those dualies trying to overwhelm. Well, not the cleanest of shots there from Telly T, but Shug finding a little bit of a gap, but taken down.
Oh. Gonna be comfortably hung in there by Telly T. Starting things off well. Pistol round converted by Yawara, which has been a bit of a tough thing here so far in this series. Didn't treat him too kindly on Anubis, so looking forward to seeing them start off hot, of course, though. More spies from Pain Academy, very quickly, determined as they go aggressive in the purchasing power here for themselves.
I love that Yawara's little fake there. It works so nicely when Nards gets the opening pick. No idea what was coming. Pain. This time, there's a whole lot less smoke and mirrors. Pretty much everybody for Yawara. The same location. Long is their direction. They're pointed straight towards it.
Wow. Have some of that. Nice 4-man swing right there. That'll certainly overwhelm. They find the opening pick onto the scout, scale up long accordingly. So this could just be kind of another situation where you can pretty comfortably call the eco and then set your sights onto future.
For Pain, honestly, a matter of maybe escaping with a little bit of weapons left in the tank. Tatu's doing a lot of damage. He gets a bunch of money too in the mix, but this is becoming very expensive for Yawara. I just don't know that it matters all that much in the long run, because it's going to be a pretty pure eco coming up in this next round. Not a lot of upgrades for Pain Academy to do damage with, so Yawara lose a lot. They're going to have an opportunity to bring all of that economy back next round.
And they get the lack of firepower in this one. Certainly going to be felt, despite so much invested. A little late long double flash setup, a bit of a classic on the pistols. And just waiting inside of long doors, but Likey with a couple of kills there on the P250 puts a scare onto him. Are they going to continue to chase this? They're sticking around. They're sticking around into the stack that they knew was there. A chance to fight out for Jiao. And a double up here between Mark. Spam 35 bullets. Oh, that does end up working lovely for him. Shug forced to fall a little bit back in fear of the re-aggression. And now he has a chance to provide some security here in this one.
My goodness, Shug just stepping forward again. A little bit scary, but he does a lot of damage. I mean, this is... I said it wasn't a big deal last round that the damage was done. It's a huge deal now. Regardless of the outcome, and Tatu with a chance to win. Zhao plenty of time to play these mind games, but Tatu has his escape route locked in. And he's taking so much time to get there with no idea, no clue where Tatu's located. It's also just not like a smoke to allow a cross. This is just straight up going to be about timing and the first bullet accuracy. This is the first one, and it's a miss on either side, so Tatu gets the chance to reset. Pain, they steal that one away.
That's the feeling of the one pistol quickly swiped aside right there, that's for sure. What a robbery from Pain, and what overcommitment from Yawara right there. I guess kind of in the mindset that it's just pistols, we can handle them, right? But they end up sticking around there. Whenever you spot that long setup, it's like eventually you just gotta know when to give over that room there and say, all right, we're not gonna walk into this. And I think that decision was ever really made for them.
How'd that happen? See the gun on it? What the?
The gun on the gun?
Yeah. I don't think that's how gravity works myself, but now look at what it'll do. Give Marks up early. I mean, seeing how effective he was last map with it too. I'm not loving that fact. If you are a fan.
Oh, catwalk here. With minimal resistance, they're gonna give over this bomb site. Surprisingly enough. Lots of utility, I'd imagine, in CT spawn to try and force a little bit of discomfort, but not really displaced just yet. 5v5 post-plant situation. I mean, Pain Academy really giving them room to work with here. Room to develop, so retakes required here. And Tatu looking sharp enough to do so. So even despite the space conceded, a couple casualties and a 1v5 from Nards. He has only a couple shots left. Almost makes it happen with the Tech 9, but runs dry on ammo eventually. But puts a scare on him for sure. That's a lot of damage as well.
Yeah, it is, but, you know, Uwara had full invested into that too. They were in the same boat. So that damage onto Pain, it's good, but it's not going to give them a leg up into the next round. Instead, they're working similarly, in fact, less so. With an upgrade of pistols and a couple of flashbangs with some utility sprinkled in. No armor to back that up. Lovely from Uwara to get to the site. But Pain used what little utility they had left for that retake very effectively. Oh, that's terrifying though. You can close distance fast until LED doubled up on the Tech 9. Marks, it's uncomfortable. Couple of shots. Okay. Bomb recollected, so it won't deny the bomb plant at the moment.
Stacks on his lurking presence though. A little bit of extra fight there for him. Eventually traded out. Time's ticking against him here, and I'm not seeing a lot of initiative from Pain Academy to make any more moves. And so now they get just a massive eco sent right back into their favor. Back of losing a tough one, they do some great damage with the Tech 9s as well, just around to go, so it could provide some issues long term.
Short term too. Gonna be $14 extra into this one, and that isn't a lot. You know, Shug can drop one. They're gonna love the fact though that both he and Marks both have firm foundation of utility that they kept in the pockets. But wow, I mean, 5 rounds in, and that's 2 of those rounds, one for each side, that have been won on a very limited buy. We're talking not just like pistol armor, just pistols, and not even all the upgrades either. Actually, it's a Glock kill last round.
That's a nice clear. Diligent. Tatu operating around the smoke there. Backstern for both of them. Oh, and the silence continues, but only death from behind there. No head-on collisions. They do look to scale towards long. This is kind of identified right now. A great flash. They don't even cross smoke. They just toss in some utility and flank covered by Nards. Whoa. That's bold from Stacks.
Another flank coming. Nards misses that one. Bomb's still not planted, but can go towards B. Zhao doesn't need to commit to that A bomb site. He can escape. Oh, and he gets around the corner just in time, too. So no vision acquired for Shug. Get an extra flash, a kit, and an AK to work with as the bomb gets planted. And Sentry there. Oh, dude, Zhao is so aggressive. Confirmation on where Shug is coming from, and now he's going to go aggressive again. Wow. Tragic timing for Shug, and that means it's over. Zhao with a clutch. And Yawara, stay in it.
It will
It's
survive.
difficult to find a repeat round in this game, but they do it.
Get in there. Being able to bring home a very difficult 1v2. Crossing in towards that site successfully as well. Just managing to... for one flashbang to cross in on the long doors, which is... or the long crossing. That's very terrifying to have to make that sort of move. But now it's just USPs here, and that force by force will just come to an end after long last.
I'm saying that Yawara had 2 smokes there, and they do go for the flash play instead of just smoking it. Missed shots from Tattoo, but that's all good. Nard's inside the smoke. His op goes down into enemy hands. This is the kind of Dust 2 that I was expecting. You know, 2 young teams. And just absolutely no holds barred. And it hadn't necessarily been all that pretty. But it's been exciting.
No matter how you get the job done, you at least are in kind of a relief that it's a round sealed up, but like you said, it's a fairly costly one. A timeout called from Pain Academy to try and clean things up a tad. Once they get the chance to get those investments back out. See if they can sharpen up on these defenses. Get Marks back into these aggressive duels effectively.
Revolts must have a spawn. Yeah, he's got the long spawn. He's got the op, not Nards. We're about to see a potential long duel come to fruition. Maybe Marks who goes catwalk, but long fight's still a possibility. Smoke in the face, though, and only the first shot attempted. No target acquired.
Yep, Mark's able to find a couple of success points, but he just barely inches around the corner. Looking for one more extra. You are having none of that now. Shutting it down from this point forward. Quick in doing so. Emo gonna fly through the Molotov herd, but now he can throw some disruption into the mix. He could really change the tides of this situation. 1v2 cuts him off at the seam of tunnels.
Yeah, but, I mean, he's got to sort of commit at this point to one side or the other. As long as Yawara play this together, they should be okay, especially when they have all this utility. I think that once the bomb gets planted, with how far Demo is away, he might not even really have a chance to retake. He started moving preemptively, though. That could bail him out of that. But a molly in his face. Not that that'll slow him down much. It's a slow crawl initially, regardless. Smoke without much meeting. That's just going to give away information. Timo gets visual. A nade from the other man, so Revolt's his position known as well. Time becoming a big factor. 6 HP. And that's not enough for Demo to confidently swing up onto the new box.
Have to bail.
They're done.
Toast. Finished. I mean, you get marks exactly what you kind of hope for right there. A couple of successful fights taking place, right? But that's just not enough in the end.
I mean, I just don't know why he's going back for a third.
He wants it all, baby. He wants the whole pie. And he just gets ate up instead. Tough exit. After Pain Academy do get the opt-out, do try and get those timeouts called in. Put a lot of resources into that round when just can't quite deliver in that stride. I got Demo with the saved rifle, though. And a little bit of a half-buy around it.
Funny enough here, you are on the double op. They just toss that away. They just have that for fun? Or they pick up Marx's? I don't know what's happened there, to be honest with you. Nards and Telly D start the round with an op. Now, Telly D tosses it away, has an AK. There's still Nards is off in the server. Playing anti-flash, good to give Tatu his one. He gets another upgrade, and don't give him upgrades. Whew. Combat opping at its finest, though. Nards answers back. 3 kills for both he and Tatu. But Tatu's going to have to clutch up here. Ace on the cards if he has it in him. Never going to expect him so fast.
I'm planted. Already locking in the digits. Tatu flying on the flank. He does have a kit to back this one up. He's going to have a back turn to back this one up here. Yes, for a little while. Zhao down low. A duel here that comes down to precision. Not one that he can connect on just yet. Again, he has that little extra seconds with the kit in play and playing with his food, but he can't collapse here. 1 HP for Zhao, but he survives. He lives on. Closes out the clutch, and now Yawara giving Pain Academy a taste of their own medicine. So close, but just can't close.
And it's round after round of this close situations that seem like they could be favoring Pain, and then Tatu nearly acing to get them into that last round. Eco. As we stay true to our conversation this whole map, which is that gun rounds and pistol rounds are really no different.
Good trades back here, but Leggy, instead of trying to fall off, fights forward. Tatu, though, it's just not been giving up on this one. Been fighting tooth and nail. Trying to hold on.
Good smoke that will allow a little bit of a visual. Should be able to get the bomb down, and they will. Pain Academy, 3 men as they walk up Cat. Revolt's in a strong position from Goose. That's a crucial one. Sight that will be mollied, so big shot. Telly D, his low HP gone down, but it's planted for long. Nards has the op there, and now he's alone.
Smoke on top of that bomb's not going to make his life easy. Neither is the 3 players running him down. Time to defuse. Time to fight on there. Tatu, Shug, recovering this round in a big way for the squad. Providing that resistance needed just in time. Being able to save the day there for Pain Academy squad. Starting to scale back into the CT side a little bit more here. You're looking at a force buy as well for Yawar. So money's not out of control completely.
That's what happens when it's a 1v1 3 times over.
When it's 1v1 Central City.
Yep. Downtown 1v1 Bill. Good flashbangs. Better. on the scaling flashes as well, making it difficult for Payne to break back in even after they had an initial look. Burning is Shug, and that flank kill might just be enough to give them an inch, but they won't be able to get the bomb down yet. That's a little bit of a wrinkle. Pain Academy never let them set their feet. Never let them get back in. Stacks solo, man, but with Demo handling business, Pain still take the victory. That is a chaotic round if I've ever seen one.
Super aggressive right there. Trying to chase down those players in the site proper, it seemed like, but as they wanted more space, Pain Academy rip it away effectively. Another force buy. Some more B smokes.
Fake of what they ran last round.
Interesting here. Scale up cat afterwards. See how they get up effectively here, but oh, inside the smoke, Leggy pushes behind him. And complete surprise right there. Do not anticipate that sort of play right there. How could you? So this defense could walk away with a couple extra rounds right there, showing up with some resistance. That's exactly what they'll do now. And provide a little bit of coverage.
A half where literally nothing comes easy for anybody. Down to the wire so many times, over and over and over again. It's half buys, full ecos that fly in the opposite direction more than you would ever anticipate. And after a 7-2 lead, Pain Academy recover with 3 victories in the final 3 rounds. I'm happy with that. I think they should be too.
Absolutely. Take that any day of the week there. Especially when you're kind of a map up there, and not that you can get too complacent, but you'll definitely be feeling confident as you scale into this one. Let's have room to work with, nothing to lose maybe on this T side.
Wow.
That's huge. Leggy, oh, if it's going to be one of these maps here where he takes over on D2, that's going to be important as well.
After the opening to the last half, I'm floored at how confident Pain Academy play in this pistol. It's only great shots as well. For whatever reason, you know, Leggy only hitting the most difficult ones and making them look simple. You are not gonna give it up without a fight. I expect nothing less, but it still feels like such a difficult thing to do on the CT side specifically. A good little detail, double nade that can, you know, try and set UR up for some success considering their purchase. It doesn't actually get any damage done, but the thinking behind it is superb.
It's a great molly right there. Flashbang to follow it up. Tucking in the corner. Marks is just going to remain elusive out of the grasp. And handling this anti-force spike quite well. Walking out into a very open B-bomb side. Tatu with a precise headshot, looking for extras. And nobody falling over on this round for Pain Academy. We're all tied up now. And Pain Academy potentially looking for a lead here as well.
Marsh really is like you for real, though. Them eco rounds, he is in the mix every time.
You might be a little more far forward than the occasional, than the typical.
It's working wonders. I'm down for it. And you seeing that? It's another one of those ecos. This time with far less to speak of. He's going to get another opportunity. It says, step back. These are mine. Out of my way. LED's had enough of his shenanigans.
No more ecos for you. Just for Leggy. Not for Demo. Just for Leggy.
Yeah, bomb gonna head into B. Nope. Leggy don't get any either. He does damage.
What? They
Big
lied to
damage.
him. They lied.
Could they do that?
They said they were his ecos. And he doesn't get any more ecos.
He didn't read the fine print, Cole. That's the problem. It said in small block letters, you gotta
Ecos may
hit
come
the
with damage in
shots.
return.
Gotta hit the shots. And he didn't do that.
You have to hit the shots. It's crucial.
Shame, shame. How about Revolt's getting silly? He's about to take some down with him, maybe. Oh, he's got 600 bucks, and he does enough damage to Shug. Ain't nobody surviving but the AK.
That's so worth it right there. A little icing on the cake. Making a lost round a little sweeter right there. With a fantastic finish. Being able to bring home this round. See now if that costs him. I mean, this is a really important one off the back of a loss like that, with losing everyone, forcing so many rebuys. Holds close with his utility with a couple riflers as well. Looked like he knew exactly what Marks was going to do with that op. Spamming and mollying, not peeking before the smoke blooms.
Would have been a really deadly mistake to make, considering the riflers in close proximity. Could have flooded the B site quickly after a kill. Leggy, in the attempt to dodge out on bullets coming through the door, jumps and loses his life. Demo with a very forward trade gives Payne Academy another advantage.
Oh!
Ow. They got the bomb. That's the important part. And they do have B.
That is quite nice. Surprised to see lack of a jump in on this. Still careful about the long idea, but definitely going to be heading straight into that side of the map. Into the open B site. Distractions into the AWP, taking a very forward-facing duel, and Nars going to have a tough time ahead of him. Picking in the molly, letting loose. Lands a headshot, not bad, but Demo just a couple of shots to close. And Payne Academy crucially survive the round so that the economy damage that was just done to them, not too much of a factor to play into. Timeout now called from UR.
It still could be, you know, if you are keep the pressure up, because Zhao, yeah, I was about to say, he had 6K here, so he buys Nards an AWP, and they're going to try and get him active in this round, try and build around him with not exactly a force into it. It's Yuara with Pistol's armor. Lovely reactions from Payne last round, too. I liked how they were able to, despite getting caught off guard on Cat initially, you know, understand kind of the amount of pressure they were receiving in that area of the map, route back with their B player, and get back out onto the B bomb site. Another team effort on the Payne side. Nades. Oh, they do damage, but Tattoo and Demo. It's Demo ahead. Tattoo takes all the hits for him. Might have been the punching bag, but he's good with the double entry.
Team able to have that amount of impact here already. Provide a lot of assistance in the opening stages. Still have this AWP in play that could be interesting. Aggression up top mid, 5-7. Starting to float some aggression into the mix. Smokes go in, and this has to lead to the scale before they can get into position, and it will. They're already mulling into sight. So pretty much good to go. AK recovered, op recovered. Might just be a safe situation here long term. Ooh, nice shot from Tatsu. Keeping his teammates flank safe.
Keep the op. Hold that AK. You are giving themselves some opportunities in a round that's otherwise is going to be near impossible. I love how I'm still saying that after the first half and what we saw, but I digress. Pain on double digits. Other important note. As they come out of this round with that same opportunity you were talking about to build into their economy more, they do that with just losing Shug.
It's important that they're able to hold on to that, but it's another good long spawn here for these players. You can see it looks like destiny. We must head here in this direction. A little bit of extra support and assistance is where they will go. Full head of steam and a full blinded up players. HE will actually dunk down some damage to finish off the job. And the continued spam will continue to offer up some success.
I think Pain Academy did a little stutter step there. It made sense where they tried to get a second round of flashbangs in. Instead of just trying to flood back out and run after what was lost, they did put some utility behind it, but you are still prepared, ready to roll. Revolt's in a spot we've seen him before. Will this jiggle be the early warning sign? Oh yeah, just enough. Whew.
That's big time. They're kind of revealed in that department as well. What's the move here? Looking like a bit of a save. Looking like a bit of a concession here for the Pain Academy squad, which, constantly keeping tabs on their economy spot that they've been put in. Not a bad idea. Some closer rounds. Some economy actually starting to be built up, so they will prioritize maintaining that economy.
Yeah, rare that you can be comfortable on the T side with just saving with 3. Because you don't get any additional money, but yeah, that's the win when you have a little bit of a fallback. Time takes away. You are going to be very, very pleased, though, that they come away with 5 survivors. And that's the part of the reason that they aren't looking to hunt anyone down. They want to keep that, and they know that Pain's money is good anyway.
Well, interested in the hunt, just interested in the round conversion here, getting back into the CT side. Making sure that every round is with all the pieces included. Nothing missing with the power of the purchase here. Little boost action for Nards, but disassemble. Remains patient on his cross. Oh, scoped up there. Scores a nice little opening pick right there for the start of this round. Taking care of marks on the other end of the server. Such a huge detail as well.
Pain hadn't had a lot of success at the beginning of this round. They don't get any vision on long. They lose their mid player, their AWP, but they do take full tunnels control. Yuara don't have a response, and I think we're about to see both Revolts tested once again. That's going to be an even bigger test now with Leggy getting that kill. He can drop CT. He might catch LED. Yeah, he will. Demo gets the entry as Revolts goes 1 for 1. Leggy can't survive. Pain Academy, they stay into this B site.
They're giving this a retake here. They're gunning for it. Jaw has a Molotov, but it has to be on Demo's location, and he's far. He's got to have an arm on him. Just going to use his gun here, and that's an easy pickup. Now does Stacks even want to turn the corner into this bomb site as he loses his teammate? And he is going to peek his head in and get killed, taking down Demo with the finish. And Pain Academy do not fall short for long. A quick recovery. It's Leggy playing on the ledge of Catwalk there that provides all the security. And then into that B bomb site. They just need a trade because of how great a fake that Leggy was selling right there.
I mean, he's one guy, and he gets the cat kill, and that's enough. But it's even more than that. Fast rotator supposed to be Telly D, and he can't get there because he's getting shot in the back of the head on the Leggy drop into CT. It's a fantastic fake, then the cutoff of the rotator as well. Massive value proposition from just one guy.
I know. You like yourself some value right there. So does Pain Academy with these good youngsters.
Yeah, they forgot the bomb.
You don't need it. Just gotta kill them all.
Okay.
Looking for a delayed launch take, kind of the setup here. Emo might be interested in pushing that smoke there, but not going to be given an opportunity just yet. Hanging back for now. What is happening with this op presence here? How are these two not seeing each other? Okay, I can see. Nard's not inching far forward enough just yet, but it might get a chance to strike here with his op in tow. Not quite just yet, though. Falls out around the corner. Jump spot, some of you will be hurt eventually. Leggy quietly assembling some catwalk aggression. But he's going to turn the corner into this op here. Missed shot, though. And he stays alive.
He's lucky that the shot was missed, but Molotov will force it back even further. Nards isn't CT. He'll start to reposition once again. 40 seconds remain. Pain Academy could essentially set themselves up to close this one very fast.
I think he's dropped again.
Revolts didn't hear this either. Oh, but leg shot? Like he gets body shotted, but oh, he's not ready. Not ready for Revolts. Demo gets the trade. Got to be a trade here as well onto Telly D, and it is. Again, numbers positive here for Pain, and oh man, UR can't afford to lose these rounds, but they also can't afford to lose these guns.
Oof. Giving this one up, though. That's a decision right now. Tough pill to swallow. But Leggy with the distraction play again. This time it's not a single kill, right? But what he does so well is sure does create a whole lot of chaos for these defenders, man. So much attention drawn in, even from middle. The B players are fighting Leggy in some of these occasions. And the trades that come through off the back of Leggy's positioning. These defenders are thrown so off guard by his CT drops. And this is exactly what I watched him do versus Game Hunter. In that one win that they have here in 2025. And he's back up to these antics that make the job easy. In some cases for his team, I mean, in most cases for his team with his catwalk lurking. He plays a dangerous game, man, but plays it well. It's looking good here for Pain Academy to now try and close.
I mean, they really have weathered the storm that is this whole map of Dust 2. Every bad situation that went worse, Pain Academy in the first half, they still came out okay. CT side, not great. T side, phenomenal. War limited just one round thus far. Zhao looking to change that fact. An isolated Demo is bested. That'll set War in motion.
Gonna get active in towards long as this smoke fades away here fairly shortly. G to blow it open. On notice now is Zhao. And a bit of an off angle could be good. Oh man, he just gets aggressive right at the right time. 1 HP, 1 bullet away from his demise, and he still threads in a quick kill. Great re-aggression towards long, and Zhao gets another one as they run through the Molotov. In Academy of Dazed and Confused, Zhao just is going to do it all here, isn't he? 19 HP and 3 more kills as Pain Academy have no idea how to shut this guy down.
And I know where Tattoo is as well. Stacks off, misses the mark, but Revolts will safely convert that into the victory. Man, a lot of odd decisions for Pain on how they approached that fight with Zhao, but like the initial fight was fantastic. Demo left to his own devices and bested, but even on 19 HP, Zhao never afraid of a duel. He always taken one after the next. Pays off dividends in the end.
Now it's going to be a much needed timeout right now. A little bit of mental factor, I think, coming into that one with such a rush and panic to try and shut down the low HP bar of Zhao and everyone missing their duels, everyone falling victim to that kind of jumping the gun nature there of these young players. Try to keep their heads screwed on straight because this is their best chance likely to close right now. Otherwise, gonna have to call it an eco and then head into your just 24th round most likely.
Normally the hard part is getting up to 12 there, but as we know, these young teams, it's often taking the next step that's that difficulty. Pain Academy knows that all too well, not because they struggled. No, but they found themselves in that situation with Shinden on the other side.
Trying to right here, right now, provide some security there. This time, catwalk. Oh, Marks eats that HE. What about another one? Second one not as effective. But another. Just keep on tossing that down range here. Target strike. I went over the head this time around, but just looking to soften up his targets here. She's making so much noise here on the motion, and a lot of pressure going to be put onto this solo defense of Zhao. Inside the pit, he's hearing it. One flashbang for Stacks. Will it ever come through in time? It might not even matter because he's just locking in the kills to back it up, but eventually those trades do get provided.
Well, that can't happen. Shug can't go down for free. 2 on 3. Favoring Yuara. Pain. Push it forward. There's a flashbang here to provide support for Revolt, who wants to take the swing. And he's just going to deny the planner. 6 seconds isn't enough. Demo. He's lost the round.
After time.
And he might go down. No, he will survive. Nard's trying to hunt him afterward, but he doesn't get so lucky as to dissuade him. Oh, Pain, that is an uncomfortable position to be broken. And they once again just cannot best Zhao. Like that flash comes so late. I think Stacks was throwing it. It was on target, but you know, what's the point in throwing that flash if Zhao gets a couple of kills ahead of time? All right, I said Stacks, excuse me. I think it was Shook who was throwing it, but regardless.
Yeah, what I'm seeing Zhao do right now to this T side is brutal. He is completely dismantling them at the moment. Very impressive consistency out of this individual. And no real reply on the other end of the server for some of that impact here. Zhao just defending along kind of on an island in a lot of these different occasions and coming up big time here in that defense consistently now. It's going to force, I mean, we'll get a tech pause, but time to step up here. Because this is Yawara every situation from now on, fighting for their life, fighting for survival. In this best of 3. When you're at this point in the Swiss stage, no second chances. This is all on the line.
Get the unpause. And it might be the tallest task ever here because you are up against mostly an eco. It's been a little bit of a dicey proposition on either side in this map. That being said, I'm going to get locked in. See what Demo can do with his saved gun.
Middle already? Oh, that's quite nice. That is a prime example of what he can do. The B side feeling like it's under siege at the moment, and a very snappy reaction from defense to try and plug the gap that was filled. Now by rotation on in, up the catwalk. Oh, it's an op and a missed shot. That's gonna force him to get overrun. Leggy with the Glock in hand catches him. Now the scale up coming through. Demo looking to deny access. He does just that. Oh my god. It's a single AK wreaking havoc among the Yawara camp, and the Tech 9 finishes the job. Demo standing tall on the catwalk and delivering in crunch time. Pain Academy will sweep the series, man.
And that's how it happens too. Another round, another eco, as that is the third eco of the game, just with one gun. It feels almost fitting though. That's how Pain Academy do it. Demo having a monster game, monster performance for both him and Tattoo as a whole over the series. And I think that, as much as I expected this to go to an Ancient, I think that it's him alongside the Tattoo performance where, they were consistently at the top of their game. This 2-0 isn't the case if they aren't in that form. And I'm impressed, to say the least, with how Pain Academy were able to keep their poise even as they were dropping some rounds there at the end.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking as well about some of that impact out of Marks on map 1. Like, there was just so much firepower there. Leggy being able to offer up disruption. It just didn't feel like there was any missing pieces here for this Pain Academy squad when moments mattered the most. And that's why they look so comfortable in a sweep of the series here. For Yawara, though, man, that's a very, very difficult exit, finding yourself eliminated here to this academy squad of all teams, right? I mean, obviously Pain Academy being able to mold up some great pieces, and we have highlighted that this is not a comfortable matchup at all for Yawara, but looking at the way that things kind of go for them, it is going to be a little bit scary to see you out 2-0, out now 1-3 in the Swiss stage, and eliminated alongside some of the squads here that are in the same camp here. This isn't quite the anticipation or expectations that this squad, I think, is put under.
Well, especially not when they made the playoffs last time around here in CCT, 3-2 Swiss stage in Series 7, with a map off of Fluxo in the round of 16. Like, those are really good results. And then you look back at this and they're a team that's middle of the pack. They're doing okay in ECL, and then losing to teams who are getting smacked around in ECL, like the Floripa Stars that are still in this, and that they lost to earlier this Swiss stage, and now Pain Academy, who aren't even in that conversation. That's definitely a lot of rough looks out of Aurora, but I think Pain Academy proving that, they may have had a slower start, not as many events here at the beginning of 2025, but they're here to play and they're here to take names.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. That's exactly what they're doing here. I'm really excited to see how Pain Academy finish off this Swiss stage. I got to watch their 2 wins so far, so I'm really bigging them up right now. So hoping to see maybe if they can make a playoff run. That should be such an impressive result for these young guys on the Pain squad here, and maybe continue to talk about this successful organization overall. That being said, that's all that you and I have here on the day. There's still, though, another series again, because that's a bit of a sweep. We're going to be tossing this one off to a bit of a extended break, and once we do come back, we're going to be carrying forward one more promotion game. It's going to be Dusty Roots and Praso battling it up against each other. You're in good hands, guys, but stick with us. We'll be back here shortly. See you soon.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. Sorry, I got caught off guard by production giving us the countdown in Spanish, but if I'm being real with you, this is quite adequate for the situation, right? Quite adequate for the match that we're going to have today and for the commentators that we have at Bay, because it is ideal, along with my good friend Roy, and we're here to commentate a Spanish-speaking match between two Argentinian teams that are very ready to put it all on the line before they could be in a very peculiar and not so nice situation.
Oh yeah, I mean, okay, let's without further ado give them a round of how things are gonna be going. Of course, we're talking about Dusty Roots and Brazo Clan. Brazo Clan, if you are not familiar with them, well, that's because they were competing under La Champions League until not too long ago, but now going by a different name, different logo, but same roster still. It is a Dot, Lenzi, Pav, RCK, and has a couple of players to point out, Pav and Hess for sure. However, as per usual, it's going to come down to more than just the individual effort. And well, they have definitely something to prove here, as they may be finding themselves on the other side of the playoffs if they manage to win this match. But that is going to take for them to beat this roster up next.
That is right. We're going to be looking at Dusty Roots' roster, which is composed of MaxCore, Fraguti, Tom One Jed, 1962, and Toto M. Last time within the maps that we saw, we actually saw MaxCore pop off. Like, he really knew how to explode.
He's nuts.
Yeah, like, he is actually insane with that AWP, right? And, of course, all of his teammates complimented him super well. I saw a lot of unorthodox plays that sometimes weren't as good, but more so than not, they actually gave huge potential coming in from 1962. Fragori was very, very good with the shootouts. Tom Ojet and Toto M would have their spotlights as well, but mostly they were really good at supporting the frags given up by these other three teammates, right? So I'm really excited to see what they're gonna have in store for us, because I mentioned the maps. We actually saw very like baseline maps like Dust 2. We got Mirage. We got what else did we see? Nuke, if I recall correctly. And now we're gonna have an assortment, a very nice alignment of maps that really beg the question, like, what are they on for them to be able to choose these maps, man?
Oh yeah, I mean, let's go ahead and take a look at the videos. Why don't we? So to give us an idea of where this both of these full Argentinian squads are going to be taking action. Anubis not going to be a part of the picture this time around, and neither is going to be Dust 2. With our first two vetoes gone, it means that our first pick is going to belong to the side of Dusty Roots, and they end up electing Train. So definitely a little bit of confidence being shown right there. Their aiming skills, I mean, there are no slouches in that department, but they're going to get to show more of that specifically on this map. Whereas Praso Clan, they end up picking Nuke for their first, for their very own pick, I have to say, and our second map. And Mirage and Ancient are going to get removed from the rotation as well, meaning that we have Inferno left if we do need a decider map.
Yes, and I really want to bring attention to Train right here, right? This is one of Dusty Root's least picked maps within the last 3 months, but I mean, they've played pretty well on it. They do have a win and a loss. They won against Familia Maquininha, which they won 13-11, which is pretty good, and they lost 8-13 against Solid, a pretty solid team, right? So I have high expectations for them, and the fact that they went there as well also speaks to the fact that Praso has one time that they played within Train, and that was only against Uno Mille, and they lost. Speaking of the which, production, I'm going to give you a little bit more work. Can you show us the group standings to see how things are faring right here? Because, reminder, this is one of the last parts here within the 8 series of South America. Speaking of the group stage, these are the ones that we saw between yesterday and today, man. This is the last match for the day, and, I mean, we saw Uno Mille fall against Shinden, which is quite a game changer, to say the least, right? We saw a Shinden that was struggling a little bit between the teams that were within the higher echelon, but for them to beat Uno Mille, definitely really good.
Swingers also getting their chance to go into the playoffs with defeating Floripa Stars. Swingers, we've seen them in very heated matches before, finally getting to close things out for themselves. And so for the upper half, we only have both of the Argentinian squads in Dusty Roots and Praso, whereas for the results, we have them right here. The other Argentinian squad of Shinden has already managed to qualify. Dusty Roots or Praso Clan going to be joining them, and the rest left to duke it out, if not already eliminated or qualified for our eliminated teams. You can see them right there with that number 3 to the right of their score. Unfortunately, they're not going to get a chance to keep on going anymore, but quite a few hitters in Flamengo, Elevate, and Swingers, and also Shinden making it in, but who will get to join them now?
That is going to be the question, ladies and gentlemen. The good thing is that there's going to be at least 2 Argentinian teams within the South America playoffs, right? So that's going to be quite the festive motivation for both of these teams to give it absolutely their all, because, like that Simpsons meme, there's no bigger enemy of an Argentinian than another Argentinian, right? And we're going to see exactly that right now. We got the maps, we got the picks, we got everything that is needed right here, and a little bit of analysis coming in, man. A lot of these teams, a lot of these players, I mean, we've seen them before, right? We've seen them, how they can play, especially the team, which is Praso Clan, which you said it yourself is La Champions Liga, right? And we've seen them play time and time again. We saw them within very high highs whenever they were dominating a team, how you could feel how they just immediately started to irradiate that confidence, right? But there were other times where they were in such a big situation where we would see them just simply clutch, right? Just clutch up and not be able to just not necessarily clutch up like in a good way, but more so like tense up and not be able to do much off of it, right? So very, very high highs, very low lows from Praso Clan, and I mean Dusty Roots, they've been consistent all around, and I'm really excited to see what they're going to give us today.
Oh yeah, I mean, I believe we are just waiting for the teams to be ready at this point. Let me see if we can get some info onto that, or maybe they'll have to call for a super small break. In the meantime, it seems like that is going to be the case because not all the players are here quite yet, but I assure you that it'll take no time, and so we'll see you guys as soon as we have the action.
You oh, you guys don't know why. I just sound like a rabid cartoon character, but you're gonna hear me out, Skinny. You're gonna hear me out. But anyways, we're we're into the first round, ladies and gentlemen. We got Train right here, and I'm gonna be very real with you, Roy. I'm quite excited to see this because this is one of the first times that we actually had the opportunity to be able to play Train early on within this, right?
Yeah, it's not very popular. I think that it usually tends to be the case with maps that are out of rotation for quite a while. And to be fair, I do not blame him on Train's case, but it is a lot of fun to watch. For sure, we'll get to see if Dusty Roots do indeed prove it true on their own pick. Taking a rather cautious approach. Of course, we already have Tommy Jed ready to set up the smoke. Have though, with the dualies, we'll be catching some action in just a few seconds.
HE, that doesn't hit anybody close. But look at that flash. Great
Flash,
stuff.
nice.
Yeah, that was a really nice flash right there. In order for him to be able to move out. And simply Fragotti going in with the kills, trying to see if there's anybody he can catch through the smoke, but the site has now been secured, and it is now time for a bit of a retake situation. That smoke is going to stop them from approaching from the area that they actually want to, but everybody seems to rendezvous right here. Now they're going to take their sweet time. Seems like over here within camera.
Nice.
Yeah, that's a good headshot from 1962. Hez is now out of play, and they still haven't seen Fragotti, which is right to the right. Ooh!
And Fragotti completely cutting off the entrance that the CTs were planning and taking, and Lancy gonna find out that there is way too many targets to try and hit, and unfortunately gonna run away with none of them. And everything after a very well-timed approach on behalf of Dusty Roots. ends up going like an absolute charm. I mean, the flash was just pristine, and the rest is history. Beautifully done here by the terrorist forces, who do manage to claim themselves the first round. And what a way to start, because that is going to allow them to, you know, get ahead by perhaps a little bit more than this. Though, to be fair, we are seeing a little bit extra firepower, if you can call it that, in the form of Doja's Eagles for Praso Clan. And of course, the Eagles could really pay up some dividends here, especially as CT.
I mean, they still got to take it just very, very slow, especially since Train is a map that, while small, it really gives you the opportunity to play things very slow. But, I mean, it's because the T's have to play from so much from behind, right? CT is definitely one of those dominating sides that you can be in. Oh, my goodness gracious, Pav taking a lot of damage right there. Let's see the flash. The entry has made its way. They already have a lot of damage right there on Pav. Gonna see a smoke. We're gonna see another molly. Somebody gonna be flushed out. Gonna simply head back right there. Another flash that hits its target. Speak of the devil, Tomonja with the double kill right here. Are they gonna get Pav? They are gonna get Pav. Of course they're gonna get Pav. The triple kill is here.
Wow.
Max core is taken down. Toto M gets one more, and that only leaves one player, and that is Lenzi with the Deagle, just slowly making his way through A3. But I mean, it's definitely a very, very difficult area to traverse through. And, I mean, if he gets a frag, that's definitely going to be a win off of him. But, I mean, at this point, with Dusty Roots, with a lot of players with hella health, I mean, what else can you do other than just simply pray that you get a frag like this one?
Oh, yeah. I mean, at the very least, getting something for himself. I mean, it's already out of what Praso Clan were expecting at this point. He's going to take his chances one more time. But yeah, I mean, Reckoning was always going to be coming his way, unfortunately. Numbers already very overwhelming, and they didn't even have any sort of firepower. They decided to kind of force something out, and that ends up, well, not really paying off. And so, Praso Clan find themselves in that same spot once again. Eventually, you know, the money will be in their pockets, and then they'll have a chance to maybe even take over. But from what we've seen so far from the side of Dusty Roots, they definitely know what they're doing around these parts. I mean, Tommy was playing beautifully so. Good call out on the behalf of 1962, by the way. Just expecting the rotation to come through. Let's see if he gets something out of it.
They're simply taking the time right here. The thing is, they have little to no utility to be able to play off of, right? And look at that. Tom Jet has been performing out of his mind within these last 3 rounds, man. Getting 3 frags within the first one. The second one, sorry. And now here in the third one, already being the one to open it up. The thing is, speaking of opening things up, we already have Fraguti with the kill on Lancy. That AK-47 proven to be very, very lethal. Ay, cabrón, no, si los tiene, si los tiene. El Doti también, güey, cómo no? What a shot right there. The headshot's looking absolutely pristine. And things are tied, Roy.
Oh, yeah, the numbers have just been equalized. Never mind. A little turned around here by the side of Praso Clan. Off the back of a couple of very nice shots coming in from both Hess and Dot. Not gonna get a chance to do much more though. The Galil will poof through, sorry, the AK in this case for Fraguti. 1962, even with just a Galil in hand, feels confident, and Fraguti not gonna let anybody come close to them. So, after all, this is why that firepower difference really, really does matter, as we did see Praso Clan get the numbers advantage and not being able to capitalize on it whatsoever. Bit unfortunate, but it is pretty much what they set themselves up for with how they elected to spend their money early on. Though I am seeing a bit of confidence out of Praso Clan. Perhaps it was time for them to try and play a bit more cautiously. Though now they do have rapid fire for themselves. Let's see what they can do with that.
Yeah, definitely rifles are going to be super influential right here. But, I mean, I don't know if that buy in the second round was adequate, right? Because now I'm going to give them an unfortunate disadvantage here within their numbers and momentum that they could not quite easily gain back. So let's see how that works out. But, I mean, at least right now, Lencia is simply going to throw the smoke and say, you know what, hazte para atrás. Don't want to have to deal with you much at all. And like I was talking about, sometimes Train is one of those maps that forces the T side to play very, very passively, giving off audio and visual cues sometimes that lead to them having to execute a bit later on because of how things work out right there. And speaking of how things work out, Frank was able to get the kill on NC, but has able to refrag, not before taking a good amount of damage, Roy. So in the end, yes, it was a net gain for them because of the kill. But I mean, at what cost?
I mean, a bit of a steep one. It could be the case for sure. Especially when you are listening to your top frag as Praguti was on an absolute tear. Even up until that point, he goes down, swinging dot, about to come into contact, but 1962 will prevail first. We've seen him navigate the situations. Here is going to be to the other side of red. He's going to be lurking about, and he doesn't get quite surprised, but he does get deleted after all. And Hess is going to be attempting hero play, but that is not going to happen. No, not a chance for retreating or anything like that. Dusty Roots 4-0 so far, and it's not quite back to square one, but pretty much could be the case. I mean, Brasso Clan have to be wary of their pockets as they have yet to claim even a single round.
Yeah, and I mean, this is what I was talking about, right? That momentum that, is very difficult for you to be able to regain. Train being I wouldn't say like a hyper defensive map or anything like that, but I mean, still one that tends to be a struggle, to say the least. Wow, you saw that flash for like 2 frames and it already blinded you. And speak of the devil, RZK. Oh, he actually takes down his teammate. But I mean, it's okay-ish, I guess, because Lency was able to get a kill. Ish, yeah, because I mean, don't really expect that to happen. And speak of what we're talking about, Bob with the double kill, the AK-47, el hombre está loco. But finally putting him down right there. I mean, he had rabies, but Toto had the vaccine. So it's easy to clutch things up right here. Here's something from behind. The thing is,
no way.
He got baited.
Oh, man. I mean, he must have heard accused right there, but unfortunately not able to react quite on time. The aggressive play from the CTs ends up paying off. And talking about that, I mean, on the approach, getting that double was so big. And Toto, he could have clutched it out, to be honest, but it was just not in the cards. One too many misses coming out of him, and that means Brasso Clan are finally on the board.
Yep. Finally, after what looked like to be a very difficult start, they're actually able to make it. Do they see somebody? Do they see La Patita? Yes, they do. Actually see the whole body, todo el cuerpo. We have to stand back. Oh, it's actually Maxcore, the one that's gonna be trying to get that approach, but that smoke is simply to say, that's the patas, I don't want to have anything to do with you. Stay back. I mean, that's really why smokes are so important here within Train, because of how narrow the areas are. And, if you don't really get through to that area, you have to go on a full-blown rotation that really doesn't pan out towards your playstyle like this, right? Like, once again, now you're at a kitchen, and if you want to make your way through to A main or something like that, you have to risk the fact that somebody could be covering that. Ay, cabrón, no te la creo, güey. How? That was a nice shot right there from Guti, but I mean, once again, it was because he was able to infiltrate and take a risk that Brasso Clan didn't know that they were willing to take at times.
Lenzy knows about his position, though. He's going to be ready for that. Going to require some assistance as well. That is going to be RCK, the young gun, joining him towards B. The rest of Dusty Roots, we're going to try to make the most out of this last 20 or so seconds. It is Fraguti taken care of. Though, there's no longer going to be a piece in the plan of Dusty Roots, and neither is most of their forces. Trading action comes through, though. 1962. Gonna be looking to settle the score right here, narrowly managing to get it done. And how did Toto manage to survive right there? Perhaps how it's less important. The fact that he is alive is just important enough. In 1962, beautifully done. The awareness on this man. is just something else. And when you have a couple of players that are absolutely going ballistic, then it allows the rest of the team to just play around them, and you can see that reflected on the score line of 5 to just 1 for Prazo Clan, though at the very least they did have enough to, you know, buy themselves a bit of an extra opportunity right here. But if this doesn't go their way, then things could start to get real ugly real quick.
Yeah, and I just want to go ahead and point out because, oh, cabrón, no. 1962 is looking like he was born in 2000. Oh, look at this in the 2000s, man. What are these reflexes by this man? Looking absolutely insane. And I just want to point out, E-code means whenever you... The other team doesn't buy rifles, they don't buy armor, they don't buy light utility, and they're still able to get a win over a full armed team, right? That's what E-code means. So yep. So let's go ahead and see the bomb plants. And I mean, at this point, if you're Prazo Clan, you don't want to approach, right? You've already made the investment. You already have, I mean, your armor, your kit, got your M4s. You want to stand back as much as you can because there's nothing much left for you to do other than just simply wait. The round has already been lost. But you can still cut your losses right here. So, like, no, I don't want anything to do. He didn't pick up that AK, by the way. That's weird. Maybe he doesn't want to... Not feeling too comfortable with the AK-47 today. Maybe you want to go in for a spray rather than a tap. Not an AK type of day.
Lenzi and Pav do manage to survive with those M4s. And very much needed at this point for the side of Prazo Clan. They've seen better days, and the loss bonus is gonna keep them alive and floating, but not necessarily a particularly good spot for themselves. Cavalars at the very least, and whereas on the other side we do see a Dusty Roots that is completely decked out and max core, and that up purely to make a difference, even though he's been having a bit of a slower game, which I was definitely not expecting. I was about to say, when we were talking about Dusty Roots, we may see the couple of the other guys underperform, but not really max score, and 92 and Fraguti sure making him, you know, look like he's taking a bit less of the spotlight. However, once this man starts to pop off, I guess we'll have to see how much of an impact he can have on every match that he finds himself in. RCK, though, the challenge. Almost good timing onto Fraguti. However, the patience pays off. Fraguti ends up hitting the retreat. Those of these being pressured by just at least a couple of players right there. Pav, even though he was low health, still trying to hold the line for just a second. Finally, in the rotation to the other side. Scout could also come into play in a very prominent manner. 40 seconds left right here for Dusty Roots to make a move.
Gotta take it very, very slow, right? So let's see how this works out with 30 seconds left on the clock. I mean, they haven't really made any attempts towards the B side, right? I haven't really seen a lot of that. So 1962 getting the kill on Dotti. We're gonna see a second one. Yes, we are. Toto gets the kill on Heads, and it's all up. No, never mind. I was about to say it's all up to Lenzi, but no, it's actually not. Now it's all up to Pav with only a deagle left within his hands. He hasn't had the best shots today, and it doesn't seem like he's gonna find them within this round either. Unfortunate stuff. We actually saw a variation of Bogdan's Law, right, previously within the map, which was Pav. He got hit very, very early on with 2 HEs. He was down to 10 HP very, like, what, within the first 10 seconds, 5 seconds of the round, and he actually ended up changing his rifle with one of his teammates, which, if I recall correctly, was Dotti. Unfortunately, Dotti couldn't do much with it, but in the end, Pav with his survivability, he tried to make things happen. He definitely had the correct idea. Unfortunately for him, he didn't have the correct aim at that point, because going in for that double headshot could have changed things entirely for him. But Dusty Roots already claiming an advantage, Roy. Within the first 8 rounds, they've already claimed 7. So, I mean, best case scenario for Prazo Clan, they go and make this 5. well, with the domination right now that Dusty Roots has, definitely going to be a big ordeal.
Yeah, it's to be honest, it could be the case for sure, but I wouldn't say very likely just from what we've seen out of Dusty Roots. But hey, I'm willing to be very surprised, and this is perhaps the way I did start. But the trades go into favor, not even trading action, but Toto claims to at the very beginning. Going into favor of Dusty Roots, finally starting to pick up the pace a little bit. And here comes MaxCore. And that coveted AWP of his. Excellent molly out of him. That's gonna use the slightest bit of verticality to try and deal with the situation, but I'm not gonna let his partner down. Him and MaxCore. Now it's a bit of a matter of not getting caught off guard. Dot still could have a chance. Oh, he gets spotted though, and MaxCore not about to miss. Told you, push comes to shove, this man, I don't think that that he's gonna be feeling any nerves. Just a veteran place out of him, and the ice on the veins apparently, as also that allows Dusty Roots to get ever closer to double digits, even just on the first half.
8-1 is definitely not the score that you want to see. And if you're Praso Clan, and not only that, but the fact that you're low on funds, even after going with the buy that you can't really work too well with, right? So you're definitely between a rock and a hard place right here. And even if you try to do things like that, that's why you, instead of going forward, sometimes you need to step back, right? You were already very low HP. What made you think that you were going to be able to get those frags, especially if you heard the smallest amounts of information that somebody could be lurking around the corner, much less two players, right? So still within the information that was received, it seems like right now the attack is going to be towards the B site, or at least to see where they overextend, Roy. Where they overextend, because Brazo Clan, I mean, they've been playing defensively. It hasn't been working out because they've been getting these setups. Like, look at this.
Oh, goody.
Well,
oh, my
RCK,
lord.
But look at that. MaxCore able to get the second shot off and get the kill. And this is looking, once again, like a round for Dusty Roots.
But tagged up. He has to run away, but the bullets will reach him in due time. That is the combo of 1962 and Toto putting an end to him. And that means that the young talent RCK is going to be left to ponder life behind a bush right here. And, you know.
Si no me muevo, no me ven.
Exactly. Yeah, playing Invisible Man over here.
Bro is Drax.
But bro is Drax. Pretty much, yeah. If he doesn't move, or just mastering the art of moving so slowly that he is no longer visible to the human eye, perhaps that could be the strat, but no, survivability, of course, as RCK gonna look to mitigate what has been going on. But if we're talking about mitigating things, honestly, that was that should have been a couple of rounds ago, because already 9 to the name, of Dusty Roots, and that, to say the least, does not bode well for the other squad. I mean, here the CTs are getting handled. Praso Clan in dire need of switching things up a little bit. Unfortunately for them, I mean, T is generally decided you're gonna have a bit more of a struggle to try and develop here on train, and we are seeing Dusty Roots completely dominate that. So I can only expect them to go crazy. And of course, we will get to see that in just a bit, a couple more rounds already. But okay, with the scout, I see you, Hez.
And I think he saw his head too, man. Like, what a shot we saw immediately going off. And I was about to question the fact, like, I mean, Scout really hasn't given us too much of results right here. Oh, he saw him definitely. Yep, that's Tom 1 Jet with the kill. And with the M4, mind you. I mean, yeah, he didn't have helmets. But that's a guy who was alive for the round, going down first. Now things are tied up once again. I mean, still a fighting chance, definitely, right here for Dusty Roots. I'm sorry, for Praso Clan. if they're able to eco them like we saw previously, it's definitely going to work well within their favor. But unfortunately for them, not really going to do so. 1962, man, has been popping off insanely right here. Insane, going off very, very harsh. And Bob knows that. I mean, they can't really take things fast. Might they be found with a shot? But yeah, Bob able to get the kill in 1962, finally putting an end to this man's streak. It was looking mighty fine, but I mean, at this point, gotta save your weapons. You were able to scavenge 2 AK-47s. Now defend them with your life.
They'll get one last chance, and that is about it. The problem is that, I mean, 1962 definitely spotted the both of them, so, I mean, Dusty Roots are gonna have, you know, Colms in, at the very least, trying to close the distance a little bit. Seems like Fraguti is gonna be taking care of Ivy, but there's nobody gonna be around this part. Instead, Mel comes through. Oh, the HE almost gets it done, but the combo will do it instead. So, I mean, not able to fully go out of that. Only a single surviving member of Brazo Clan, and the single round that they've got to their name. This is very, very worrying if you are Brazo Clan right now.
I mean, last round, this is everything you have, and it could all be over if you lose this round and then lose pistol as well, right? So very, very rough start right here for Brazo Clan, which is why they went for Nuke within the second one, because I mean that's where they feel comfortable. But this is why you have to make sure that you train on the maps that just come out recently too, right? Because this is the newest addition to here. If you haven't had the time to play on it, ban it. And if you don't ban it, don't expect good results. And that's unfortunately what's going on right here. Brazo Clan struggling quite a lot with simply finding their footing very early on within the rounds, Roy. And that's not what you want to see if you're Brazo Clan. And of course, Dusty Roots feeling absolutely comfortable with it. They let Brazo Clan pay the tempo. They let them place it like, yeah, we're gonna be the ones for the utility. We're gonna place everything here, and you're gonna have to play like that. And they said okay, and they're beating them at their own game.
We've seen Dusty Roots be very, very patient about getting their right spots, and also, again, just the confidence in their aim has been superior, to say the least. I mean, talk about that as they make one fell swoop towards A, and are deleting everything on sight. My goodness gracious, Fraguti. This man, when he catches fire, I mean, he just keeps on going. Gonna line him up. Good prediction out of Lancy. Even though he's gonna get flashed out. I mean, last player alive, and I mean, this is a round in which you cannot afford to go for the save, but there's gonna be no need of that, as Fraguti finds his third frag of the round and gonna shut this one down with emphasis. 11-1, so a 10-round differential. And to say the least, this is going to be one hell of a crucial pistol round for the side of Brazo Clan if they want to make this look even remotely respectable on the scoreline. If not, Dusty Roots, I think that they have no problem in continuing to steamroll the competition.
Yeah, and that's exactly what's going on, right? They're steamrolling them because there's really not a lot of contention, obviously, within the T side, right? And much less the fact that it's generally concurred that this map is CT favored, right? So if you're having such a rough time over here on T, or while your opponents are on T, can't really imagine what's going to come out from there. But I mean, we do got a couple of players here within A3 and in that cubby between Ivy. They're simply going to stand back right here. They're going to see him. Oh, they're going to take the bait. Yes, they are. They are going to take the bait. The double. Okay. Maxwell gets two. RZK gets put down. What? Do they find Fraguti? Does he get the headshot?
Yo.
Yes, he does. Que cabron. Que cabron. And he goes in, gets 1962 a kill as well. Bob. They hugged. They fucking they hugged, man. They gave themselves a kiss in the cheek and said, "Hazte pa allá, mi amor. Buenas noches."
Ahorita no, chiquistriquis. As though I don't think he's gonna be sending any sort of affections towards the other side at Dusty Roots. I mean, they have him in down, and with no access to the bomb as well, this is a round in which best he can claim is to try and get another head out of the enemy, and that is exactly what he does on Fraguti. But man, oh man, this one. I mean, what do you even do if you're Praso Clan at this point? You just don't have the money to try and find any sort of answer, and you've shown that not like they are clueless, but they've looked a little lost for a few rounds. Perhaps just the nerves of the situation getting to them a little bit, or something like that. I mean, I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt, to say the least, but nonetheless, it's been looking a little rough here for the side of Praso Clan, and they're gonna be called out already. Oh, the aggressive play out of Pavin. They do manage to find a way to shut down Tommy. Aguti, though, he closes into distance. Look at that, just how fast this man is able to get there immediately. So, and the answer is right there. It is an absolute massacre to close things out. Lancy's the last one alive, but he is gonna get caught perhaps in the crossfire right here. He has to navigate this extra carefully.
Oh, this is so smart.
Oh, Lancy. Okay.
Do you see how he isolated that 1v1, right? He wanted to isolate that exactly because he wanted nothing to do with this. Is he gonna get the shot? No, he's gonna get caught off. Oh my God, gonna go down. Actually got caught with an oil. No, Lancy, era tuya, güey, era tuya. La tenías y la dejaste ir. He unfortunately goes down right there, evading death's embrace on so many times. But like we say in Spanish, cuando te toca, aunque te quites, y cuando no, aunque te pongas.
That's right, and well, Praso Clan around here finding out in the worst of possible manners just how good Dusty Roots were at the train. 13-1. A very, very dominant scoreline for themselves, so Dusty Roots are definitely going to be feeling confident come Nuke, but of course, that is going to be the territory for Praso Clan, so perhaps we will see a better performance, or at the very least, that is what we are expecting, and they're going to have to dig deep if they even want to take us to Inferno from what we just saw. That was a brutal way to start things off, and Dusty Roots, man, they definitely want to be punching their ticket into the playoffs right here and now.
Yep, that's the importance of bans, ladies and gentlemen. So, I mean, they were looking like they were hungry for that victory, and they were, but I am a little bit hungry on this side, so I'm gonna go grab myself a snack, and I hope that you guys are still here when we come back from this break.
Well. After what was, well, how to say it candidly, not a so great performance coming in from Brazo Clan, and now we're gonna see them go into their own territory with Nuke. So let's go ahead and see if the Dusty Roots is gonna close out things, or if they're gonna find that they have to put in a bit more work as we are heading into our map number 2.
Yep, map number 2, which is going to be Nuke. So, another heavily defensive CT-sided map that we've seen. Not today, though, because today I learned that apparently Train is a 50-50 map, and that's quite interesting to say the least right here. Let's speak of the devil. Let's see how well Dusty Roots can play out right here. That HG is going to hit very close. Yup. Fortunately for them, they were able to get out of the way. However, of course, we're going to see the approach right here coming in from Garage. Pop knows this. Now it's going to be Tom One Jet, the one that goes down. We see a player right there, Max Core, unable to get the shots fired down. Fraguti gets a kill on RZK. Pav gets Toto M. Once again, these headshots, every single one of the shots being fired, every single one of the kills taken today has been through a headshot. No need for a spray. And that's quite difficult to obtain, not gonna lie, Roy, but I mean, at least Fraguti knows that there could be somebody approaching him from the top, but by doing that, he left the defense for the B site unhandled. And it seems like with that, 1962 is taken down. It's only Fraguti left within this arsenal. Are they going to start making the rotation through vents? That is the question. Ooh.
Fraguti gonna find door closed, so he's gonna have to come forcefully through Hut. Does find a couple of shots, but that means that he's going to have to be ready for the approach from both below and above. He'll welcome the challenge, though. No point in doing anything else other than trying to get a little bit of success. Knows he's being coming from Hut. Oh, no way! No! Yo! Where you going with that? You're gonna poke an eye out.
Bro was running with scissors.
To be fair, it did come down to a frag, you know. However, not exactly in the way that we were expecting. You have to tip off your hat to Fraguti for being able to almost navigate that situation, and even if that doesn't quite go their way, so pistols still it is for the side of Dusty Roots, and Brazo Clan looking already much better, pretty much, you know, doing better already if they managed to get this round 4 themselves that they were previously on train.
Yep, let's see how that's going to work out, because they did go in with the full buy, Roy, here within this second round. So I mean, helmets galore, but the firepower is a bit lacking. Bar max score with the deagle. So I mean, let's see how that's gonna work out now. You got everybody else though from Brazo Clan with the heavy advantage, and right now from what I'm seeing, I mean, it begs a question like, how well can the South American teams defend, right? Which is something that we haven't seen a lot of, not gonna lie, here within this specific map. Let's see how that works out. Where's the flash gonna come from? Actually trying to go in right there. Oh, and he actually he got wallbang, but still was able to get the frag right there. Still quite ready. That's Hez. Double the kill. Still one player left, and that's max score taken down by Lenzi with a double kill as well. What a shot. What are shots, the ones that we've been seeing today from these teams, man?
Well, they were looking a little lost on train, but now doing twice as good as they did over there.
Yeah.
Brazo Clan definitely did use the time that they were given to rethink how they were going to approach this, and in quite a fashion that they have managed to do so, as it will more than likely turn into 3 straight rounds after that first pistol win. So let's see if they can do exactly that. They are approaching the outside this time around. I mean, let's see if he can hear anybody come through. Unfortunately, though, even if they're able to gather a little bit of info, of course, it's not like they're going to be able to go out and challenge. And, of course, the smoke was never going to allow them to do that anyway. RCK does get tagged up, but, I mean, no killing has gone through quite yet.
Yep, let's see how that is going to work out, because, I mean, with a little bit less than 40 seconds being, a little bit more, sorry, than 40 seconds having been transpired. Of course, you want to take things very, very slowly because of how Brazo Clan has been playing it super, super well, right? Offense has been absolutely phenomenal, even though RZK did take a good amount of damage. I mean, that doesn't mean that they cannot get ecoed, especially with how many players we're seeing just simply standing off right here. Ooh, the headshot, claro que sí. Fraguti gets one. That's Pov taken out of the question. Almost gets a second one right there, but not quite yet. Oh, the headshots are just not there. Tries to go in for the wallbang right through the that small yellow metal. Oh, we actually see the headshot being taken on by Hez. The thing is, everybody's been taken down right there. We still have one player left, and he's looking mighty suspicious right here. He's gonna vent, going up, and he's actually gonna not get a shot. He did not turn around to see him, and they voted him out. Dotti claiming that final kill right there between the CT that was among us. I'm sorry. I'm getting off the microphone after this. I'm very sorry.
You better. I cannot support this behavior out of you, to be honest. To be quite honest, I do find it not nice. I will describe it as that. I love you, man. I love you, but we'll get to see if Dusty Roots do find something out of this. Finally, perhaps RCK though, forming the gates, and alongside Pav, both of these guys have just been doing so much work. Let's not even forget about the rest of them. Fraguti though, from the heavens, quite literally so, gonna descend. Oh, the smoke. He's gonna have just enough time. Max Score does have his boys back, and he's got him covered. Already on one right here. Gonna avoid the flash. However, Fraguti chooses to swing just at the right time, and that is going to end up working like a charm here for Dusty Roots. It was just a matter of getting things going for themselves, and immediately they take a step forward in the scoreboard.
Very good step forward, not gonna lie. Placing themselves on the scoreboard early on is very, very imperative. Simply based off of the fact that these teams can sometimes ride the momentum super, super well, right? We've seen it time and time again. To say the least, at times in which it's very important to ride that momentum up until a point where it becomes brutal for them. Dottie going in with the spray through the smoke gets the kill on Toto. And that's going to be a lead early on that gives the Brazo Clan the opportunity to be able to make their way through towards Secret and the B-site. Hez with the kill on Tom Jed. The defense is no longer within play with only Max Score and his... No, it's, yeah, they do have a teammate right there. He's able to get the kill on Bob. 1960 okay. And all of a sudden, things are tied up. And now with the advantage.
Lightly so, though, as Fraguti does overextend slightly. Max Score gonna wait for an opportunity to strike. He has to be very careful. Doesn't quite have the weaponry to try and approach Nilly Willy. Of course, we've seen him close the distance, even with an AWP, but perhaps a bit of patience is going to be required this time around. Lenzi, not gonna get caught by 1962. It's actually gonna be the other way around. So your Max Score at this point, the bomb has already been taken for a while. I think your best bet is to hit the retreat button and try for a next time. I'm gonna try to make it across. He just narrowly is gonna manage to do so and set himself nicely in case anybody decides to get a bit more aggressive towards him. That is not gonna be the case, of course. Lancy and RCK know that, well, Max Score, a dangerous player to challenge, but also that AWP could prove difficult to deal with if you are not playing in a bit of an overwhelming spot to catch off the upper. So since they didn't quite commit to chasing at first, it was just not a possibility that they're gonna have enabled. So regardless of all of that, though, Brazo Clan do manage to pretty much hit the reset button onto the economy from Dusty Roots and save that AWP. The rest is only going to have pistols in their hands, and a bit of a bloodbath going down here. Excellent cover shot of Pav. And I think this one is about to be done and dusted.
Once again, the bomb being planted right here. But, I mean, we could be seeing, yup, something super, super important. We see a lot of headshots through the smoke. Hez is able to get a shot. Oh, my goodness gracious. Just one player remaining. Fraguti, once again, from the heavens, like an angel himself. He sees the boots right there and places the molly in order for them to not be able to go in with the defusal. Tom 1 Jed, he is very well defended right there by Fraguti. Is he going to stick to the defusal? He's not going to. And the fact that Fraguti went down, unfortunately for him, not having that rapid fire weapon, that rifle, really sold him out. And for him, that is going to be curtains. What was looking like a 4-2 is a 5-1, and Brazo Clan is looking very good on their offense.
They could have played it a little bit differently, but man, oh man. I mean, Brazo Clan at the very least clutching up when they have to do so. Lenzi, a prime example of that in that previous round. Not too steep of a hill yet for Dusty Roots to climb. But a lead is a lead nonetheless in 4 rounds. Definitely starting to feel at the very least a bit comfier. Smokes come through from the side of Brazo Clan just to reinforce what had already been done. Gonna allow Hez to try and make it across. Alongside Pav, who is already closing in the distance. Hez doesn't quite see anybody, and to his credit, nobody around. Toto with a bit of covering fire, but it goes into the absolute ether, going nowhere. Minute left on the clock, and we have yet to see even a single kill. Of course, Maxwell this time around not going to be playing with the up, so a couple of the angles are going to be a bit tougher to cover, and Dot getting rid of Fraguti. We've seen be so consistent throughout this appearance of Dusty Roots. I think it's just a crucial way in which Brazo Clan can start their offensive, and now that the numbers are overwhelmingly in their favor, this is starting to feel like yet another victory for them.
We'll see how that works out, because now, of course, 1962 and Toto M aren't really going to try to go in for any sort of defusal unless it's absolutely 100% needed. And guess what? It's not. So they're simply going to stand back, simply going to say, nope, no quiero hacer nada, not going to do too much of it. And with a little time left within their favor and within their graces, not going to be able to, oh, I mean, they at least get one frag right there. Do we have a player that's RZK? See if there's anybody that maybe he could catch as well right there. I mean, he definitely heard him drop down, right? Yup, he definitely did. But still, unfortunately, takes the L right there. And, I mean, getting that 5-2 down to a 3-2 without taking heavy damage or anything like that, I definitely think that's a win. Not gonna lie, Roy. But then, of course, all possibilities, right? What could have been.
Very true.
That's good. I mean, it's a good round. Unfortunate loss, yes, but it's a good round within the bad part.
You'll take what you can get, and at this point, while Dusty Roots are only able to get one, yes, there is still a world in which they can bring this all the way back and make it an even ordeal, but just with how hot Brazo Clan have been on the trigger, it is looking like a difficult ordeal for themselves. Not exactly what we're expecting, especially after what we saw earlier from Dusty Roots. But hey, something's got to give here. And taking a bit of extra time as well. At the very least, I appreciate that Dusty Roots realize, okay, guys, something is just not going quite right. So we have to, you know, rethink a couple of things and try next time. This round number 8 undergoing. But Dusty Roots not exactly in the best of spots, so they better be prepared because the storm is definitely coming.
Let's see if that storm can be meddled with, or rather, if they're prepared to be able to fight the weather right here. Because, I mean, this is definitely a very, very rough spot for Dusty Roots. You don't really see quite often. Ooh, I don't know. That's quite dangerous, to say the least. You saw at least one player. Knows where he is, but opts to not go in for the frag, right? Not going for the swing, because we saw that player right there was actually pre-firing. Just in case, so very smart play, but at the same time, I don't know if that'll end up working too well, simply because of the fact that these players are really looming around the corner every single time. Like, the pressure that they are exerting simply by staying nearby, giving audio clues that, hey, we're lurking around each corner, is enough to drive a man mad.
"35 seconds left, even less now." And Dusty Roots continues to be stacked towards A. Not gonna be an easy push, however, finding the foot right there, and 1962 getting completely deleted. So one by one they fall, and this was already not boding too well. Maxcore decides to try and go for the challenge, but instead both him and Fraguti end up as victims of Lenzi. Dominant performance out of Praso Clan. And if their city side is not looking too good, well, Dusty Roots perhaps just need a change of pace, but we need to see some life out of them. Finally, though, they're gonna have the chance to play with rifles, which for most of what we've seen so far, they have not got a chance to do. And mind you that the single round that they got was once they got out of the slump of the initial bout, you know. However, ever since then, Praso Clan was just completely adapted to what they brought to the table, and already taking a couple of shots. This is looking a bit scarier for Dusty Roots, and this is a round. And I mean, if they want to make this a bit of a closer ordeal, 7-5, then this is one that they cannot let go of, even just to get some momentum to their side.
That's why they're not even investing in helmets, because they know that their team is the other team is fully armed with AK-47s and or an AWP, right? So they're spending their money sparingly, to say the least. Definitely usable right here. We see Pav gonna go in with the flash. Yes, he is. Playing anti-flash exactly as you mentioned. Toto actually gets the kill on Pav himself, and he goes down. Not really wanting to deal with anything else than the pressure that was already exerted right here. Tom 1 Jed trying to see if there's anybody maybe trying to come in from the outside. This could be a dual-sided push all towards A. 2-man from Squeaky, 1 from Hut, and 1 from Main. Right here, that's a very, very good approach. To say the least, we hear a lot of bullets being fired off of that AK-47. 20 seconds left on the clock. Do you want to make things happen? Once again, 2 players.
Nice.
From all sides right there. Tom 1 Jed running out of bullets. He's going to change right there. We actually saw RZK turn around, turn tail within the last moment. I don't think that's an optimal play, to say the least, but I mean, in the end, Dusty Roots claiming that second round, already doing better than what we saw in the mirror previously.
Man, I have to say it was about time. It was about time. I was starting to get a little bit worried about Dusty Roots and their ability to really make something happen here on Nuke, but I mean, they get something going for themselves. They're gonna need much more of what that came from, though. And let's see if they try. Tommy getting aggressive towards the outside. Gotta welcome a couple of players. He does have some support coming in from Max 4. Actually trying to find a prediction, but the smoke not gonna allow him to do much more. Instead, Hess is gonna find a way across, and Lancy should be right there with him in just a few moments. In the meantime, left to Braguti to find out, and he does find the prediction. Lancy a bit late to the party, but gonna bring something with him nonetheless. Problem is that him and Dot are barely separated right now. And this is not a situation in which you want to find yourself in. However, Dot, they were not expecting him whatsoever. And so Maxcore now the one find himself in a 1v2. Oh, the lineup though. Still gonna come his way. Lency has already made his rotation. Maxcore, he decides to close in the distance, and he's gonna get caught off guard. Lency catching him on the move. That's the plan. It was a bit scary, and Maxcore made sure of that, but nothing that they cannot weather through. So it is gonna be so far a 6-round differential in the favor of Brasoplan.
8-2. Man, that is one very demoralizing scoreboard, right? But right now, at least I can find some comfort in Dusty Roots thinking like, hey, at least we're doing better than Brasoplan on train, right? Because the fact that
No, don't do it like that,
no,
bro.
I mean, it's a real comfort that you can feel at times, right? It's like, okay, yeah, I mean, we're performing bad, but at least we perform better than the previous map, right? I mean, it's a real comfort that people go for, right? It's like, okay, yeah, we did bad, but I mean, we didn't do as bad, right? But the thing is, not only that, but look at the eco that we're seeing right here from Dusty Roots, right? Already taking down 3 teammates within the hands of 1962, who was acclaimed in AK-47, and the deceased player, the late Max Score, that is now out of the round. So, I mean, interesting stuff to say the least. Within the potential of this round, we could be seeing an 8-3, and not only that, but the flank right here coming in from Tom Jed as he puts a bullet through Hez's skull. Now taking things ever so slow. Lency, the man who was able to clutch up previously.
11-2, by the way.
Wow, yeah, 11-2. He is on a roll right now. Only comparable to Fraguti, and not even.
And man, this shows the survivability. About to make the 12-1 come to fruition for Fraguti. Gonna get flushed out. Oh, the molly slightly misses, and he's been called out already, kind of trapped in a super tough spot, but Lency fights. Cornered beast still is going to be a dangerous beast, but he's not gonna get to survive, and that is one hell of a way to turn things around for how it was looking to go. So Dusty Roots, beautiful round out of them, and Lency though fighting tooth and nail to at least get something out of it for Brasoplan. Last round of the first half, and so we're about to see a bit of a change of pace, and well, the T's right here don't find themselves with the best weaponry. Those tech knives can definitely be put to great use.
Yeah, you know, hit him where it hurts the most at times, and you gotta hit him within critical conditions. So the fact that RZK, oh my god, everybody getting flash right there. Toto already taking a good fall. And look, the 2 players with AK-47s are the ones doing every single one of the kills. They really want this 9-3 go within their favor. And even though you're barely able to see the head right there, you end up taking the unfortunate L, and Brasoplan closes this half within a 9-3 scoreboard that reeks, that smells, que huele, que apesta. A map number 3.
Oh yeah, indeed. I got a whiff of that myself, I have to say. It is starting to look more and more likely. However, maybe this change of pace will benefit Dusty Roots. We'll get to see, after all. And especially after such a dominant first map, I am still and will always be giving them the benefit of the doubt. But I have to say, Brasoplan definitely picked it up. I mean, they were looking not in peak form, to say the least, when we started on train. Now it is a completely different story. Lency, though, the right tool for the job, perhaps. Those two at least. But everybody making it to the outside. RCK getting called out. Max Score gonna find himself some success as well. Bit of revenge from what transpired in that last round, but it is Lency who you really want to shut down, and if that is the case, immediately gonna be bringing some pressure towards heaven. The rest of the CT's on edge as of right now. Very, very important start to the second half.
Oh, and once again, unfortunately for Lency, you can't really feel like you're very comfortable, to say the least, especially since you're already seeing that so many teammates are down for the count. He sees them right there through the gap. Yep, and that's going to be the win right there for them. Not much left for them to do. It seems like these teams are making it look like a T-sided map rather than anything else. But it really begs the question, right? Like, how good? And I said it before, right? So I have context. You have context of me saying this beforehand, so it's not like an underhanded insult or anything like that. How many times are we going to see South America teams struggle so much to defend, right? Obviously, it's the first round, right? First round in the second half, right? So, of course. But we saw Brazo Clan actually boost themselves so much and so well within the offensive part here on Nuke. So, generally, a very well-renowned CT-sided map.
Yeah, I mean, a bit easier to take a hold of things once you get the ball rolling on CT. Right now, though, that is going to take a bit longer for Brazo Clan to do, much like it was the case for Dusty Roots. So the chance is there, and the door may be getting blown wide open if that is what Dusty Roots are able to amount a couple of extra W's here. As though he had an angle, but he's going to get shut down by the Galil from 1962. Even at the distance, I mean, the scout, not exactly what you wanted to have, but it is what it is given the situation, of course. Mencium Plav, I was going to say, is still surviving, but Pav immediately, as I say, that gets deleted. So all left to the all-star player for Brazo Clan right now. And he is going to meet the same fate. Nobody even touching the ground on behalf of Dusty Roots. They are making it through without a scratch and looking to go even further here, as it is going to be yet another round in which the CTs cannot quite get what they want.
Not at all. And
Suits, though.
yeah, I mean, neuron activation. I literally turned into a monkey the moment that I saw.
You were such that meme, bro. Like, I pictured it perfectly. I pictured your face in it perfectly.
I just saw the two Zeuses and my brain was like, Zeus. Okay, Molly, great stuff right there. In order to simply push them back. ¡Ay, cabrón! No. Revísenle la compu, güey. Revísenle la compu. ¡Tiene trampa! ¡Está haciendo trampa, güey! ¡No te la creo, güey! Doty with the double headshot right there. What a shot! Two impressive shots, simply to put them down. Flashed and everything, says, I don't need eyes. I don't need eyes to be able to take you down like this.
Oh, man. That was nasty. Nasty shots coming in from the Deagles. And both Pav and Dodd managing to do excellent here. RCK definitely heard some movement. Raguti gonna be the first one to find out. And immediately receiving Dodd. And
Like
it's
Goomba,
raining.
bro.
It's raining, man. How does the sound go?
Hallelujah.
It's raining, man. Yep.
Bro got stumped like a Goomba.
Oh, but yeah, that's the problem, though, that you give the CTs access to your weaponry, and now has all of a sudden making things so complicated. I mean, they got the money planned, to say the least, but Fraguti's going to have a tough time holding his own against three CTs that are sure to be there, and he had the right idea. It's just Hess was a bit quicker on the draw. So with plenty of time, Pop is going to get this defuse, and a couple of AKs also as a bit of a prize for themselves. Brazo Clan looking full lead here.
Yep. Already claiming that double digits, and not only that, but they did eco Dusty Roots, so that's not going to be the best situation economically for said team once more. While Brazo Clan looking clean, man. Like, 3 of the teammates were able to survive. They were able to scavenge those AK-47s. So, not a lot of money invested, not a lot of money lost. Overall net gain of a round right here for Brazo Clan. Let's see how Dusty Roots is gonna deal with this, because you said it. I mean, these two teams looking very good, yes, but Brazo Clan with the defense, and reminder, this is a CT-sided map, so it seems like they remember, like, oh, hey, yeah, we know how to approach. And that's it. Like playing Smash Bros. Again.
Oh. Tough break there for Dusty Roots, if I'm being honest.
Ouch.
Lots of damage also being done with that HE. That's got a problem 1960 to move forwards. Path, though, ready for the approach. Now they know there was somebody towards the main side. Doesn't really quite come to fruition. Okay, good coverage out of Tom.
Okay.
And Dottie, not going to stop like a Goomba this time around, but will get burned down. Nonetheless, last surviving player going to be Tommy. But he does manage to get something for his squad. I mean, Dusty Roots is going to have to be a big bounce back from them, but I can see the possibility. We've seen them mighty comfortable for the most part now that they are on the aggression.
Yep, and now this could be a breakthrough round that Dusty Roots needs, right? We could be seeing that 7 to 10 that people need. And I just want to go ahead and let everybody know, like, I understand that you guys don't understand Spanish, but el español es hype. Spanish is hype. Come on, give us a break here. Of course, we're Latinos too, so we gotta break through to our heritage. And of course, represent appropriately. Speaking of representing it, I say representing appropriately, and then I do that and I butcher everything that I said. Anyways, we're gonna see that. Yep, the AWP shot coming in right there from Hez. It simply stands back, says maybe not a repeat, but definitely something that can work out. Gonna flash off, and that's a bit of a stand back, right? Is Fraguti gonna be able to move out of there? Yes, he is, just by the skin of his teeth. AWP is now out of play. For a second, that was going to be
a nice. Good check.
And that's a sweet pickup right there, coming in from 1962 with that M4A1S. And not really having to deal with the AWP, man, is absolutely great right here for Dusty Roots. And as I say that, seems like they're going to place themselves back into the same hole that they were in. Secret still being a point of contention. And if they do not make any noise, this could definitely work out for them.
What about the noise, though? Here comes the push through the smoke.
Okay. Nice
timing that a 1962 is going to get. So Hess, for however long he was holding down the angle on the tunnels, he's still going to get shut down. So the hallways have been invaded, and seems like the CTs continue to get floored. So it seems like, yep, Brazo Clan are going to be happy about themselves in setting this one out. And 7 it is going to be for Dusty Roots. And it is starting to look a lot closer than expected, perhaps. So Brazo Clan better be on the lookout. I mean, 3 more to go for them, but that is exactly what Dusty Roots have to cover, the ground that they have to cover before they catch up to them. So let's see if they can indeed continue going on. It seems like the awareness from Dusty Roots has been picking up the pace. So I like what I'm seeing from these guys. Brazo Clan, though, they definitely have a chance to still force this decider map, and that would be quite something, especially considering just how tough things were looking at one point. But it just goes to show, right? Like if you just treat that as if it never happened, then you just look forwards and you may be getting the W regardless.
Yeah, sometimes it's all just a point of saying, you know what, I just got to keep on moving forward, right? Keep on moving forward, keep on struggling at times, but still advancing. That's exactly what Dusty Roots had within the side switch. I mean, 9-3 isn't really something that you want to see, but 5 rounds into the making, and you're able to make that, flip that 3 into a 7, and stop Brazo Clan from getting more than 1 right here. Not only that, but forcing them into an economical position that is definitely one that you're struggling on with. So, Lenzi, Dotti, both with rifles. However, everybody else not within the best position, which is why they're going to actually go a bit aggressive right here within the outside. Gonna go in with those aggressive smokes. We got a player on top of Silo. Does he see somebody? He knows that Pav could be there. Actually tends to go back. We're gonna see the flash off right there. He sees a player. The Galil in their hands. Oh, he actually have to go back, but they see the player just lurking right there. Just a bit underneath of where they expected him. He's gonna simply stand back here within the outside. Bullets are flying. Guns are shooting, man. But it seems like only one player has been hit for life, and the other one has been nicked just ever so slightly. Blessed with walking out of that interaction. That's Fraguti, which is why we actually see him don the AWP right here, changing it with Max Core. Bogdan's Law at its finest.
Hey, deep breaths here for Dusty Roots. Because they just want to get this done and over with. More tension perhaps than they were looking for in this one. And indeed, that is going to continue to be the case as the single piece of rapid fire that they're counting on is going to put in the work. And that is Lancy yet again. 15-6 so far. Not quite top fragging for the lobby even, as he's been overtaken by Fraguti. Here's where the AKs prevail. The ramp gets cleared off, and now there is an easy pathway towards B. And in just the nick of time, by the way, because it was getting too close for comfort. Here come the CTs, though. Oh, not catching the move right there. Gonna get tagged up, but 962 is gonna poorly call that one out. And now Lency and RCK are pretty much unable to come across. I mean, not any sort of utility and surrounded by all fronts. Lency, I think, trying to retreat at that point. I mean, he could have hit some nasty shots, but I don't think that would have been too big of an impact at the end of the day. So the trend continues for Dusty Roots, and let's see if they can keep going even further.
Let's see how that's going to work out for them, because Dusty Roots is definitely on the back foot here. But, I mean, that back foot is really, really working out for them, because you're using it to gain a lot of momentum. And if they are to win this round, I mean, you got a loss bonus that isn't enough to be able to cover for all the needs right here that Brazo Clan has within the next round. So let's see how I'm gonna be able to fight off a deteriorating economy without a win, because mind you, they've only won one round since the side switch, while as Dusty Roots has been able to win 5 and looking to claim that sixth one, sorry, to maybe even things out. And of course, they're not really scared to take their time, right? I mean, Dusty Roots knows that sometimes it's all about just simply waiting for the T side to use their economy, or rather their utility just a bit too much. Let's where the advantage can come from, and they're really, really banking on things like that. Especially since we're gonna see possibly the first frag right here. That's Dutty. Do they see his head? Yes, they do. Fraguti is able to take one, even though Max Core took a lot of damage. Still not another interaction. Speak of the devil. Okay. RZK goes down. And now it's all up to Brazo Clan to go in for the retake, or rather try to avoid what could be an inevitability. Oh. Do we see the flash? Oh, 1962 still fighting right here, even with 14 HP. No bomb has been planted. But what are you doing? What are you doing? You have the site secured. Okay, I guess that maybe it's a bait and switch. With 10 seconds left on the clock, do they get the bomb plant? You got Pav right there from the outside. Does he see him? Yes, they do. And that's definitely the win right there.
RCK low in health. I'm taking against him. He does manage to find 1962 though. Problem is, both Toto and Tommy are going to be watching over that bomb site because their life depends on it. And RCK just going to try to save the M4. Knows that is going to be of a bigger use than him trying to throw his life away. Dusty Roots within striking distance now. It is going to be 10-9.
I agree. Almost everybody got. I almost saw some unfortunate deaths right there. But once again, it's RZK, the man who is forced to save. Look at the economy, man. Just not within the favor of Brazo Clan at all. They're going to buy, you know, just a couple of pieces here and there of equipment. You see the Kevlars. You see some smokes. You see a flash of FAMAS coming in from Hez. Okay, interesting to say the least. They're actually going in with the... Oh, okay, never mind. I was about to say I thought that they were going to go in with the more conservative loadouts, and it seems like that is the case because they need that money for the next round, which is going to be the tiebreaker, Roy. And those tiebreakers, they really, really start to just play with your nervousness, right? Because, okay, what's happened? We've lost 6 rounds in a row. Nothing been, no problem, right? We were able to win the first one. But then, I mean, 6 rounds in a row is a lot. And whenever you felt that advantage, of course, you felt within a nirvana. But whenever you'd see it not happening again, that's when the issue strikes. Maxcore getting the revenge frag right there for his teammate. Lenzi, the only player that is right here working in the time. Oh, and everybody goes down right there. Fraguti did take an unfortunate L, but 1962 able to pick up where his teammate left off. 3-2.
Molly out of 1962, so Lenzi is going to be slowed down. Not quite equipped for the job, but he's still going to try to approach. You have to this point. Oh, 1962. Getting caught himself, and that is going to be an AK in the hands of Lenzi. That is exactly where you don't want that weapon to end on. Of course, even though they're lurking about right here, Dusty Roots have a free way towards A. They are about to make true on this. Of course, they have to make sure at every instance that they've got it going. Since he's not alone. Oh, he's gonna get caught though by Maxcore. That is a clean shot out of this man. Not getting flashed or anything like that. A couple of pieces of util to play with. How does he elect to go about it? Oh, and from both ends, Maxcore and Toto decide to play this one close, but not quite exactly as to make it easy for Brazo Clan to get an easy spray or anything like that, of course. Dusty Roots, though, it's been an impressive path towards coming back into this match, and they are looking livelier than ever. And even 10 apiece. And this may just be the most important round that we've seen so far in this map number 2.
Let's see how that works. Once again, stopped by the Goomba. Another one, man. Is Mario Argentinian? I don't know, but it seems like right now, every single one of these players simply going down right there. How much HP did Lenzi lose? Ooh, and this is a killer round for Brazo Clan to lose.
Yeah, I mean, they... Oh, okay.
La pata?
La patiña.
La pata del momento?
No, you missed the shot. No, you missed it again.
No, mami. No.
You said it best, bro. You said it best. That's all I can say about that. That is the only adequate way of responding to such an instance. That it's like that. It is like that. And well, so Dusty Roots absolutely coming back into this one, and problem is for Brazo Clan that at this point I think the best they can hope for it's OT, just given the difference, you know. But maybe miracles happen here as RCK puts that M4 to good use. He's about to run out of bullets, but he's not about to run out of deadly intentions. Maxcore ends up coming into that duel unprepared. Now this man has an AK in his hands. This is all going south. Dusty Roots, they were not expecting this to come in such a timing. And man, did they get punished. RCK 3 to his name. And Fraguti, he has a chance to go on the flank here, but he is instead going to wait around for opportunity to strike Lenzi down. He will do so immediately This is why Tommy elected to go the other way around, and does end up finding path. So the 2v2 is set up, but has this time around no AWP for him, but the shots are there. It is a very tough 1v2. Enough time to go even to the secret side if he wanted. Oh, he takes a challenge with RCK. He was on one this round. My goodness.
Yep. Tying things up where it mattered the most, Roy. Where it mattered the most. 11-11. So now it's a 2-round win streak that separates both of these teams from a victory. And if we are to see an interruption, it's going to go to overtime at least. All right. So let's see how that's going to work out. Dusty Roots definitely needs their time. Right. Needs their time, simply taking things very, very slow right here. Tactical pause in order. What did they squander previously? I mean, you saw that Brazo Clan, everything was basically paved in gold for Dusty Roots to be able to take that round. Unfortunately, it was RZK, and the fact that they did not coordinate properly that allowed him to go on a killing spree and tie things up essentially for Brazo Clan. So I definitely think that it was a fact that they got a little bit too ahead of themselves. They were really feeling that momentum, but sometimes you still got to check your corners. You still got to use your util. And of course, you never try peek.
Man, that was kind of tragic for Dusty Roots, to be honest. And they insist, and still go for a challenge, but RCK was having none of that. Such a dangerous man. And now he's going to get himself an AK for all of his troubles. And I'm only expecting that to be even more deadly position here for Dusty Roots. Working towards Secret right now. It seems like they are indeed going to make it across. Dodd doesn't quite see anybody yet. And Tom is through. Nobody going to receive him around here. RCK, is he going to hear anything? Not quite yet. Oh, Fraguti, he tries to go for the challenge, but still going to end up losing that one. And Toto knows better than to try and approach immediately. I'm going to try for a second time around. Oh, that was almost incredible timing for him, but Av manages to jump at the perfect moment to make it out of dodge. 45 seconds left, Dio. This is getting tense if you are Dusty Roots, as the numbers, of course, are in the favor of Brazo Clan.
Oh, and you don't check
Even better.
lobby. Yeah, you don't check lobby right there. And this is going to be the op shot from Hez. Does he hit it? Yes, he does. Tom 1Jed now out of play as well. And everybody, man, everybody's looking clean right here from Brazo Clan. Not a single life lost quite yet. And
They're going to shut them down.
yeah, no, definitely. If they try this, if they try to go towards A, I mean, you got two players there, two very skilled players, both Lenzi and Bav. Even though Bob has been underperforming a little bit. That's just it. Like, he is underperforming. Like, he's still there. You still can't count him out. And time runs out once more. Brazo Clan very well positioned in order to be able to make this comeback happen. From that nasty 0-1 against them, they're looking to tie this up 1-1. However, what can Dusty Roots say about this?
And instead, the first ones, I thought for sure Dusty Roots were the ones to secure OT for themselves. It was looking kind of curtains at one point, but off the back of an incredible play, Brazo Clan have now converted this into a bit of momentum for themselves. No pressure now more heavily on behalf of Dusty Roots. As perfectly positioned, but he's not going to catch anybody quite yet. The CT is getting rather aggressive here. Interestingly enough, Max Gore, the last player to make the rotation. Kind of an overextension, textually at the very least, and this is looking like curtains. Brazo Clan, could they make this happen, or will we go to overtime?
I don't know, man. It's definitely a rough one. Very, very difficult to say the least. Dusty Roots, I mean, they don't have the best firepower in the world. They do have 2 rifles and an AWP, right? 2 AKs and an AWP coming in from Guti, and never mind. One of them just went down, and that's himself. 1960 just trying to go in for a spam, maybe get a cheeky little kill. Not really going to work out too much within his favor. Does he see the player right there? Yes, he does, but not quick enough to be able to punish on it. Get a punish on it. See a flash. Stands back in. Right now, if you're looking at the way that they're playing scared, right? They're playing scared. They don't want to risk too much right here. And they know that the moment that they do risk too much, things can really hit the fan right here. See the op shot right there from Max Core. Great stuff. Goes in, does not get a second one. And that is going to be it right here for this map. Nuke is taken by Brazo Clan with a very important effort coming in from Dusty Roots. But in the end, it's going to be a map 3. Inferno is upon us.
I have to say, I think it was a bit of a chokesy that right there from Dusty Roots. Not what I was expecting. And Brazo Clan, though, they'll take the chance and they'll run away with the victory right now. So we are going to have a third and decider map. Inferno is up next, ladies and gents. But that'll be in a few minutes. So first, we'll take a small break and then we'll be back with the rest of this qualification match between Dusty Roots and Brazo Clan.
final map of the night, ladies and gentlemen. This map right here will decide who goes into that 2-2 purgatory or who's able to go to that 3-1 heaven. And I mentioned these two places because right now both of these teams are going to be duking it out on Inferno. Welcome back to map number 3 here between Brazo Clan and Dusty Roots. We saw both teams annihilate each other at one point within their own maps, and now they're here to take it personal and wait for revenge on map number 3, Roy.
Oh man, this is gonna be exciting to say the least, and I am so glad that Brazo Clan showed us that they can hang, because
Oh yeah.
boy was it a tough start for them, but nonetheless, I mean, we saw them not only take control and be able to firmly close things out, but really it was them in control for quite a while there during the map. We did see Dusty Roots have a bit of a streak, you know, so that allowed them to make much progress, and we thought at one point that they were perhaps even going to close things out in 2-0 fashion, but no, it was not in the cards like that. So Brazo Clan, man, oh man, I am willing to be surprised yet again here, but now, of course, like you mentioned, it is going to be Inferno.
Yep. Inferno, that map that we all know and love. Haha, yeah, I definitely love Inferno.
You're such a hater, bro.
Yeah.
You're such a hater.
I just do not like Inferno, man. I just do not like it. It was one of the first maps that I ever learned, right? We ever learned, actually. But it's just like it's so it was been in the rotation for so long now that I think there's a new map that's just gonna come out. I definitely think that Chicken Neck just go in and take Inferno out of the map rotation, right? Give us a little bit more variety from what we already have. I mean, you already took Vertigo out of the rotation for Train. You can definitely make sure that at least something happens. But anyways, we're just holding up a little bit of time right here, ladies and gentlemen. We're just waiting for the knife round to be done. And as soon as we get the information, we're going to head straight into the round. So let's go ahead and just calm down the waters right here before we head into this scorching hot lands of Inferno. And we'll be right back with you. Don't go anywhere as we head into a break.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure.
Let's see, man. Let's see how this is going to work. Bro, I am wearing a coat because it's cold here. What are you guys on, chat? What is wrong with y'all? Anyways, we're now ready for Inferno. It is one hell of a
Easy,
heated
Unk.
match. Yeah, man.
Easy, Unk.
It's cold outside. Like, what do you want me to do?
I get it, Unk. I get it.
Ya, tío, ya duérmase. Oh,
Oh, yo. This is
I like
enough
that
start here for Dusty Roots. But still, though, have hand RCK are still going to be in prime position to stop them towards B. Push comes to shove. Bit of waiting time. So Dusty Roots come out of the gate swinging, but immediately forced into a bit of a hold right here. They just want to make sure that the mistakes of the past do not haunt them once again. And the Brazo Clan, of course, we mentioned before, known as La Champions Liga in the previous iterations. This was actually one of their strongest maps, I have to say, statistically speaking. Not like they had a too clean of a record. However, Dusty Roots, of course, they're not going to get caught off guard. At the very least, not from the beginning. And so, without much of a hitch, they are going to be making it into sight. And Lancy, the man that started it all, that gave hopes to Brazo Clan, will really close things out a bit more, closing the distance, I should say. Now he's going to be left with an impossible task at hand. And,
I agree.
well, not even with that, as he's just left gunned down in the middle of the road right there. Dusty Roots, good start for them, and a good statement out of them as well, as they did just take an L. But at the end of the day, it's all about getting this final map and know who will make it through towards the playoffs.
I mean, that is one hell of a question, right? Because both of these teams, like I mentioned, they destroyed each other respectively within their maps, right? We saw Brazo Clan close out the first half 9-13, and even though it was a 13-11 scoreboard, Dusty Roots bringing it back. I mean, they were still able to clutch things up. However, Dusty Roots on the first map over there within training was just an absolute train wreck, to say the least. So let's see how that's going to start working out ever so slowly. I mean, with that smoke right there within Banana, utility has to be used cautiously, not sparingly though, not there at least. So how that works, that bottleneck that can happen right there within Banana is absolutely punishing if everybody's caught off right there. So simply gonna take their time right here and start the approach Dottie, of course, with the Deagle, and we know for a fact how that has worked out, man. That Deagle has been very, very lethal on the hands of every one of these players. Like, I've seen every single one of these guys hit a headshot, at least one here with the Deagle on an eco round. So let's hope that this one specifically can help them out, because once again, this is a buy for them. So this isn't really something that you want to see too often.
Well, first two victims, though, it'll be Pav and Hess. And of course, now Fraguti and 1962 end up rendezvousing with the rest of the squad, who are already getting down and dirty with the bomb. So he is going to be completely taken by the teeth now. And not narrowly taking advantage of the last bit of smoke. Make it out alive. And they do much of the same, but with a very different result for his squad, unfortunately. Taking every corner, making sure that ain't nobody lurking around. Though Tommy's ready right there. Ooh, tagged up. And twice over. Max score, though. Gonna put an end to what could have been a bit of a tragic situation for Dusty Roots, but the round has already been guaranteed for quite a while, so it's not like they had too much.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, with a polarizing map that Inferno can be at times, you know that Dusty Roots is counting their rounds over here on the T side because of how well things can go for them if they're able to win the majority of rounds as possible within the 12 right here, right? So 7-5 scoreboard, hell, even a 6-6 scoreboard can definitely be very, very good for them. So let's see how that's going to work out now. Dusty Roots is within a comfortable position, to say the least, now that both of these rounds they've actually been able to win with an advantage within the firepower. And not only that, but I mean, Pav biting off a little bit more than what he can chew. Goes down right there. Maxcore took a lot of damage, to say the least, but I mean, that's exactly why you buy your Kevlar and your helmets.
Couple of tosses later. Seems like Jet not gonna try his luck at making it through. 1962 hasn't found anybody else, I should say, other than Pav, so. Let's see, though. Can't transpire here. Oh, Haz is in a prime position. Put them on an uncomfortable spot. Oh, the call out, though. No, Maxcore is going to alert his teammates as to the position that the CTs were trying to take. And man, oh man. What could have been right there, Prasoclan, though, they let that opportunity slip by, and the rest is history, really. With those pistols, though, of course, it would have been much harder to capitalize into such a situation, but at the very least, you want to give them a bit of a jump scare. Prasoclan, they get nothing out of their starting rounds, whereas Dusty Roots, they have set themselves up quite nicely.
And I want to bring a little bit of attention to something that Prasoclan was previously La Champions Liga, right? And I want to bring this to attention because I saw something within the chat that caught my eye, right? Shout out to Corey Baxter Gaming. And they said last time that Praso played this map specifically, they lost 13-0. And I'm checking that out, and that is correct. On the 8th of February, when they were still La Champions Liga, Legacy 13-0'd them, starting on the T side. I'm thinking right now that this is bringing them at least a little bit of PTSD, right? Because their Dusty Roots is already 1/4 of the way. So, naturally, given the circumstances, within La Champions Liga's last stats regarding the maps that they played, it's not looking too good for them on Inferno, simply because Inferno is one of the maps that they have the best win rate on, but where they've had one of the worst losses within their history as a team, right? So.
No, I agree.
So it can be a little bit polarizing, to say the least, because now you're on a decisive map, whether it essentially decides whether you go to a Game 5 or a Game 5 situation, which is definitely horrible to feel the pressure onto that. So I definitely see why Prasoclan wants to play this in such a way that gives them at least some sort of leadway open for them, because it can be so difficult at times to be able to deal with this pressure. Right here, we see the swing. We do not see the swing at all, but he's very ready. Hez is ready, but at least Fragotti was able to take him down, avoid things getting out of control, and once again, Prasoclan is suffering in silence, man.
It was a great entry out of Dusty Roots. They find a way through a couple of flashes later, and the rest is history, man. I mean, Prasoclan really not as confident as they once were at standing their own grounds. And to be fair, the best that we've seen out of Prasoclan is on the T side. So, if anything, I think that we have yet to see them at their best here.
But on Inferno?
Yeah, I mean, it does lend itself to, if you manage to get yourself out of the gate first, if you can get a bit of an advantage at certain instances, those retakes are mighty difficult. So, I mean, perhaps Prasoclan could make something out of that. I agree that it's not like they're going to be going favored. I'm talking more so about how they perhaps feel a bit more comfortable on T, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just that mental chip that perhaps flips in their head, because Dusty Roots, from what we've seen from them, obviously, again, more effective on the aggression, but they do have that CT side to rely on or fall back on in case things go not as expected. However, with 4 rounds already, I think that they are looking to continue on this same path of destruction.
If that happens, because utility is not on the side of Prasoclan, we're actually going to see Pav lose half of his HP just right there within that molly. HE is not going to hit anybody, but not only does it reckon that we're nearby, but also sends a message to Pav specifically, right, that, hey, if this is to hit you head on, you will die. You will take a loss right there. So
oh, yeah.
let's see how that's going to work out within the favor of Prasoclan. You actually have Tom One Jet trying to play anti-flash in case leak is happening right here, or rather playing for the boost. Please standing back, clearing off sandbags. But the smoke right there is going to stop them a little bit within their tracks. Slow down the approach right here, and I mean, time is definitely what you want to buy here if you're Brasso Clan.
Yep.
No losses within your firepower, and winning a round is definitely the ideal situation. However, doesn't really seem like that is going to be the case, and you know that whenever they place a molly over there within banana, that's definitely a sign for execution. Speak of what you saw. You're gonna see that smoke. Is it gonna cover off? No, it's not gonna cover off the CT boost right there, and that is crucial, man. That is definitely a crucial smoke to have right there. 1962, you gotta make sure that you cover up. Yep, exactly what you're looking for. Tom One Jet able to get the kill on Plop, and you're gonna see it right there. Does he get the double? He gets the double kill right there through the smoke.
Maxcore with the perfect lineup, the perfect game sense. Backed up by his aim as well. Dusty Roots, they take their sweet time, but once they do, they completely take over. Goodness me, it was a tough sight to see if you are Brasso Clan, and Lancy for the praises that we were singing his way. Right now, he has yet to even claim a single life of his opponents, so, man, not really what we are used to seeing. Whereas on the other end, both 1962 and Fraguti have yet to fall even once. This is starting to look much like our map number 1, and Dusty Roots, they are all here for it.
Yeah, let's see how that's gonna end up working out for them, because really Brasso Clan needs to start putting the pedal to the metal. Lenzi was able to scavenge, or rather save up, that M4A1S from the previous round. And now you're seeing a Dottie, you got a Pav, you got a RZK, you got a Hez, that are all really hesitant within their approaches. I haven't really seen them do or play in a bit of a manner that is, I would even say, like, scared, right? They're afraid to commit, they're afraid to defend, and then they use their utility based on that fear of Dusty Roots possibly attacking them at that time, which really ends up adding to the fact that their economy isn't the best, and not really looking good within their loadouts. So little utility that they have, they use it simply based off of to keep them back, while Dusty Roots is look like an insane machine of pressure at this point. Looking like every single step that they make, they do it not only to mess with Dusty Roots formation, but also with their heads.
You know? Pressure onto Banana. The other time around, Maxcore again. Smoke or not, he will not be denied. However, the pressure coming in from RCK, he closes in the distance, immediately gets himself 2. That is so big. Finally, for good, putting an end to that bit of a rampage. And this M4 is gonna perhaps start feeling a lot heavier against Dusty Roots now. Thing is that Brasso Clan forced to play the 2-on-1 split, and doesn't necessarily gonna benefit their cause, whereas Dusty Roots can commit all their numbers to one side, you know, somebody to flank off and a couple of players to still keep on the aggression, which we've seen have great success with the AWP now. With only a Deagle in hand, he can also, at the very least, start finding some body shots, but not right there. Oh, a couple of shots later, Dot also gonna find himself one. That is beautiful. Leading clean shots out of Dot, and my goodness, that was nasty.
Take him out of the freezer, bro. Take him out of the freezer, because this guy has ice in his veins. Look at the way that he was able to simply clear out every single one of these players, and also for the fact that not one of them even bothered to check quad. And that's the problem whenever you have 3 teammates, man. Like, look at the precision right there. Even though it wasn't a headshot, that one was. Boom, tracking. Ándale, cabrón. ¿Cómo no?
Oh. Brasso Clan had no business winning that round. They didn't. And RCK completely catching them off guard. Lanes 2, mind you. This could have been so different if Dusty Roots were playing with even one more. one more player would have made all the difference, but no, I mean, RCK, this play just proves through, and then Dottie just deleting them all. Power of the deal yet again being proven. First numerical advantage that we've ever seen here for the side of Brazo Clan. And I have to say, it was about time.
Yeah, I mean, really, the fact that it's the first speaks well of how Dusty Roots has been playing their offense, because once again, this is Inferno that we're talking about. Going with the smoke right there in order to stop. Oh no, I thought that it was actually going to stop RZK, but the fact that he actually doubled in right here, making his way through mid, is of course going to give a very good leadway to this team. Now, we hear the precipitated rotation. We do see Hez making his way towards the B site, seeing if maybe there's anybody he can catch off guard. I am going to see Toto unfortunately go down right here, of course, because RZK, I mean, he was on the flank, but not only does that give the call to everybody else, like, hey, A isn't within contention, there's nobody here, we gotta go in and make the bomb plant as soon as possible, and of course, with the smallest amount of information given, now it's a play for time, and this, I wouldn't say it's a difficult site to retake, I mean, moderate difficulty at best, but with a few aggressive positions, this can go south right here for Brazo Clan in the retake situation.
Brazo Clan gonna have to go very little util into this one. I mean, the flash goes through. 1962, though, gonna start punishing them. For Valkyrie as well. Oh, narrowly right away from that, but oh my god. Fraguti in 1962 being the deadly combo that Dusty Roots needed. And the answer is right there. He cannot live, but I mean, you'll take that W regardless.
Every day of the week, right? Like, and that's a call as well to your team, like, hey, yes, we were able to clutch that 4v2 situation, but why the hell were we in it, right? Why was Toto not checking his rear guard? Why was MaxCore and Fraguti both eliminated through the smoke on a banana push that was just in order to push them back, right? And obviously, you always risk yourself to be within those possibilities, but I think that the straw that broke the camel's back right there was definitely Toto going down, and like everybody's like, okay, like, hey, I understand they got you within the flank, but why were you even there without doing anything? Like, why were you still just waiting to throw your utility when the bait had already been secured, right? So it's a little bit of overextension right here from Dusty Roots winning that round, and it's something that's like really, really good feedback as well, right? Because yes, I won that round, but why was I forced in that situation regardless when I shouldn't have even been there?
See if it's another pesky situation or not here for the side of Dusty Roots. MaxCore precise enough not to shoot his teammate right there, even though Tommy never doubted his boy. They're still gonna be holding down the fort. Gonna find himself with a molly, and talking about mollies though. Tommy though, good reactions, making it out of dodge. S does have the op. And he's gonna get flushed out, of course. The Dusty Roots have had to use plenty of util to make just a bit of a pushback here. And God not gonna exactly come best prepared against Fraguti, which doesn't bode too well for him. Taking a couple of seconds extra here. Less than 40 left on the clock now. A quite heavily guarded. Most come through. Papa's gonna make it out of there just in time, and beautifully so. Flash is perfect, and it's gonna work out like a charm. However, B gets cleaned up, and MaxCore is already on his way.
Yep, and that's exactly the signal that is needed. Once again, the bait and switch has been working out perfectly right here for Dusty Roots. We're going to see the shots being fired off right here from Fraguti in order to get one more. Does he find Pav? No, he does not. Not quite yet, at least. But now, at least they know exactly where he is. And, of course, Toto is going to confront him. However, he does take an unfortunate loss right there. Yep, RZK slowly creeping up right here. And he knows that Fraguti is right there. But, oh, That was nothing more than anxiety, man. That was nothing more than anxiety that unfortunately pushed him to be able to lose that area.
What?
Yep. Bob goes down, and Fraguti with the triple kill, quadra kill right here, securing the round for Dusty Roots, and not only that, but an advantage. And yes, Roy, you're completely right. What just happened?
Fraguti gonna capitalize in the last few seconds, the last ditch effort that Brasso Clan decide to attempt. Yeah, and it proves to be the wrong decision, unfortunately, for them. But, I mean, hindsight is one hell of a thing. Now, what's left for Brasso Clan to do is just continue on trying to make it back. Their pockets are there, even in spite of how many losses they've taken. But let's see what they do out of this. Seems like all of them are gonna have to pack a little lighter than expected. It is what it is, man.
Yeah, no, definitely. And once again, we're just looking at the fact that these players are struggling so much right here, and they're actually going to go in with a bit of a semi-buy situation, right? Once again,
Yeah,
we're
not too
going to see
heavy.
them with Deagles. Yeah, not packing too much. They're packing light, man. They want to bring stuff home. Just to see if there's anybody that they can catch off guard. Once again,
Wow.
Fraguti opening frags, man. This is the top fragger for the server at this moment on this map. So I'm expecting nothing less from him. So we see a shot. What a shot. That is crazy. That is an insane shot right there from 1962. He knows that there's somebody could be creeping up right there within the office, able to get the kill. And now we're still going to see the two players, actually three now, are contesting Banana. Simply try to keep on pushing forward right here. But the thing is, with little to no information on where or how they can attack, due to no opponents being shown off quite yet, and with a little bit more than a minute left on the clock, Roy, I mean, they don't really have to commit towards Banana, but if they do, they got 3 men waiting for them on a crossfire.
I mean, this is exactly why they're not overcommitting the bomb just yet. We'll see if Tommy can make something out of this. Gotta wait for the smoke. Still, though, there's a chance that they can rotate back if needed. The flank is being watched, but there is nobody around there. 1962 is just going to be away from the party. And not quite the right spot. A couple smokes later. You better be watching your corners, though. I cannot believe Tommy hasn't seen anybody. Finally, reactions. And the cleanup comes through as well. Dusty Roots, they make sure that their opponents, the Brasso Clan, don't stand a chance against those AK.
Did you see how one of his teammates actually jumped the bullets on top of him? All I
True.
could just imagine was just everybody with such a good synchronicity, because they didn't land a lot of shots on them, right? Everybody went down. MaxCore was able to claim a kill. Tom One Jet was able to get the kill. Otto was able to get one. So a lot of teammates right here. Just overall, ¿cómo le ganas a la OWP, güey? How do you do it so frequently, so often? And this is not the first time that Hez has been taken down early within a round. HE that hits super close to home. Tom One Jet, even Flash says, you know what? I still got it. Able to make it happen. And Toto, 2 HP. But I mean, my man is clinging to life.
Talking about clinging to life. Dottie gonna be in much in the same position. Here comes the flank, though, from Lenzi. At very least, a better position, I should say. He's not going to overextend. I thought for a second he had a crazy idea in mind, but no. He's still going to play it safe. After all, waiting game is the name of the strat here for Brasso Clan. Not like they have any sort of way to really be pushing forwards. That would be an insane ego. An insane ego challenge right there. Gotta pop a second one. Not quite what we were used to, but it definitely works. Tommy, though, has managed to make it through. Yeah, and I think RCK is gonna be getting deleted in just a few seconds. The trade comes through, but Maxwell was also there for the coverage. Fraguti hunting for the last player, and that is going to be a successful hunt, to say the least.
A really good one. You said it yourself. Successful isn't even good enough to be able to describe how well that happened within the favor of Dusty Roots, who is looking to secure, once again, double digits before their side switch right here. So let's hope to see how well this is going to work out for them. This Brasso clan, really, they're looking like deer within headlights, man. If the headlights were coming in from a fully loaded semi-truck that we're seeing right here, because right now Dusty Roots is looking like an impossible force, and Brasso clan is looking like a very, very movable object, man. So I really expect to see them change up within their approach right here. I mean, you got Lenzi that was performing superbly within the last map rather. Now 1-7. You got Pav, who was, I mean, he was underperforming, but now he's underperforming a little bit more. You got Dotti, who's playing absolutely insane. Hez, RZK, all of them right now just not looking very, very good overall. And when I speak his name, it seems like I've summoned him once more. And he says, you know what? Take that. Yeah, take that. I don't need it anymore. You can go ahead and grab that. We don't need that.
Are you sure about that?
I don't know, man. That's them.
Let's see, though. Still a hope here for Dusty Roots. With 50 or so seconds on the clock. Obviously on the move, though. We're watching him from the library side. And he takes max score down. That is big W for the CTs right now. Raguti looking to go crazy here as he is trying to delete Hess out of his existence. This is a crucial frag, and again, my goodness, comes through, no way. Raguti, my God, yeah, this man is crazy.
How do you say the goat in Spanish? La cabra, wey. La cabra, wey. No, wow, what a shot right there coming in from Fraguti, and the clutch up as well. That's why he's the top fragger of the server, ladies and gentlemen. Looking to close this out 11-1 on the side switch. La cabra ahorita en salsa, wey. La cabra en salsa.
That was clean. That was so clean. Wow. And even in spite of giving up that AWP, sorry, that AWP, that AK, yeah, that AK-47 that was on the library, and still you get it done like it's nobody's business. Raguti didn't even break a sweat. This man is crazy. But I mean, going back to the big picture, perhaps that means that, I mean, could it be that he's just empowered by how big their lead is already? It's 9 rounds at this point. It was 8, sure, but you can always go further, and they are looking to take one final step forward here, Dusty Roots. Managing to outrun the smoke. Oh, narrowly so. He's going to catch him off guard, and Toto and Tommy. They are so effective with it. Even if Lindsay shuts down the approach, this is a done deal. B is going to be completely taken over by the T's.
See how that's going to work out for them. Bomb has now been planted. We've got a couple of shots right here coming in from RZK, and he is able to place things within their favor. The thing is, they have to be the ones to go in with the approach right here. And Tommy Jed, he has to book it. They're going to place him within a crossfire. I agree with this situation, not going to lie. If he's able to get at least one, okay, Tom Jed able to get the kill on Nancy, but Hez with narrowly. The AWP, is he going to get the kit? Does he have enough time? That is a question. I mean, even with the defusal on hand. Oh, he actually picked it up. Nice, nice. What a drop that he was able to find right there by his teammates. Closing things out 10-2. So it's not an 11-1 as we were seeing. I mean, all it takes is one good momentum rush from Dusty Roots in order to be able to close this out. Can Brasso Clan make it happen? We saw a similar scoreboard, and Dusty Roots was able to bring it back 9-3 all the way to 11-11. So still within the realm of possibilities. And you know that here within Counter-Strike, anything can happen.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. This another tremendous way in which Dusty Roots has tried to take over an RCK. That was one hell of an answer right there. And they needed it. Catch a little bit of a break. But fact of the matter is, Dusty Roots still are going to be holding on to those double digits. Can't see anybody make it across. Let's see if they are expecting that. Dusty Roots committing most of their forces towards B. With the caveat that, of course, Tommy can be looking at either direction. Those smokes gonna be employed right here. That's flash burst. Molly comes through. Couple shots later, RCK is out of contention.
Wow.
A dot. Oh. You're trying to go big, but the answer is immediate. These guys just did not take kindly to seeing their teammates fall.
They're heading back right here in order to be able to reload. 2v2 situation. We got Totoin coming in with the clutch rotation. Yep, coming in all the way from Banana. Simply staying put right there from Car. And once again, CT being a very, very prime point of contention. And to avoid getting pincered, he's actually going to approach Garden, which is very smart, man. A very, very smart gamble indeed.
Good move. Oh.
The thing is, he is now going to be forced into the 2v1 situation where a swing can happen at any moment. And Tommy Jed is now the one to place the foot forward for his team, claiming that first round. And momentum is ensured right here for Dusty Roots, who do not look dusty at all.
Oh no, they're looking crispy, bro.
Yeah.
They are looking clean and crispy. These guys are in a prime position to take over this match finally. An end to it. Make it into the playoffs. Let's not forget 2-1 record in both of these squads. Dusty Roots right now proving to be the better team. At the very least for today. We find the first pick. 9062 gonna get overwhelmed. But he manages to survive. He hits the retreat, and that is gonna be so effective. They try to catch him off guard, but it's just to no avail right now. Everybody on Brazo Clan getting deleted out of existence.
Yep, a disaster to say the least.
Oh yeah.
12-2 right here for Brazo Clan. And not only did they go in with the bye as well within the previous round, now they're not going to be able to do much off of it. Hez, with the AK, yeah, it's going to be Pop, the one with the AK-47. Everybody else just going to have a pistol. Albeit, I mean, you got Tech 9s and Deagles, right? So, I mean, that is going to work out. But, I mean, Lency, he's on with the Deagle. Literally just a Deagle in Dream. There's nothing else that he has. It's been a long time since I've heard that phrase, but... Man, what a really, really unfortunate situation right here from Brazo Clan, from being the ones to place 9-3 on the scoreboard against Dusty Roots, for them to be placed in such a unfortunate situation really, really spells a swing right here for this league.
When Pavel already taking shots. Let's see if that AK ends up changing hands or not. Lancy also catching a nade to the face, and would have been even more costly, but at the very least, no one has lost their life here for Brazo Clan. This is their last legs. Draguti and that FAMAS is ready. Welcome to challenge, and with the health differential, this could really work out for them. He waits out for the flash, and he predicts the approach. He takes down Pav. The molly comes through. They managed to rescue that AK for themselves, so at the very least, there's still hope. 40 seconds left on the clock right here. Brazo Clan, they have to make a move.
Do we see the comeback, ladies and gentlemen? That is a question. Hez able to get that kill on Totoem. Don't call it quite yet.
Oh yeah, no.
Here. Okay, actually trying to go a Freebird style right there. Max score able to get the win right here. Dotto overcomes Tom 1 Jed.
Okay.
The thing is, it was all banking on one singular shot, and unfortunately, it just does not work out for them. Dusty Roots qualify towards the playoffs, while Brazo Clan is stuck within purgatory, man. That 2-2 is something that I would not want the same amount of pressure to be placed on my worst enemy.
Oh man, I have to give it up to Brazo Clan for being able to bounce back, but the losses they took, I mean, they did not take kindly to them. Dusty Roots handled them twice over, both on Train and Inferno, and they almost made it, like Dusty Roots almost made this in 2-0 fashion. I think they have to be beating themselves up a little bit about that, but hey, nonetheless, they get the victory, and well, that is all she wrote for this one. An incredible way to close out our night. So this huge congratulations, of course, to Dusty Roots for being able to keep them going. You know, they have now just a bit of a chance to take a breather before the next portion of the competition.
Definitely. And with that, we are going to be closing out for the night. But before we do so, I just want to take a quick peek at the group stage and going to be seeing which matches are up for tomorrow. Of course, we are going to be seeing these 6 teams that are remaining fight up against each other. And I want to bring a special highlight to the fact that both players and Game Hunters, man, they were down 0-2 and they're still on the verge of qualifying. So that's going to be interesting to say. At least we got Uno Mille players, Game Hunters, Floripa Stars, and Brazo Clan. It's going to be players against Pain Academy, Uno Mille versus Floripa Stars, Game Hunters against Brazo Clan. Make your predictions, ladies and gentlemen, because tomorrow is going to be group stage round 5, and we're going to have the deciders to see who will come out on top and who, unfortunately, is going to fall within this South America number 8 series.
Oh yeah, all the pressure is on the line, but for today, we are done with the action. So, guys, I hope that you got to enjoy this match. And, well, if anybody enjoyed it, definitely it was Dusty Roots who, I mean, the victories that they took, they looked like speedruns, if you catch my drift. But, well, aside from that, we will be seeing you tomorrow for more Counter-Strike action.